Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Expired Aisles, Haunting Late Night Customers. The first night I worked at the gas station, I thought it would be easy. The station sat on a forgotten stretch of highway, miles from the nearest town. A flickering neon sign buzzed overhead, its pale red glow painting the cracked concrete in uneven patches. The smell of stale coffee mingled with the faint hint of gasoline, a scent that clung to my clothes like a second skin. The night was colder than I expected for early spring, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and won't leave you alone. I flipped the sign to open and settled behind the counter, rubbing my hands together to chase the chill. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed lazily, casting long, tired shadows across the aisles lined with snacks and drinks. Most of the products were past their prime, the dates on the chips and sodas were faded, some barely legible, others downright expired. I figured nobody came this far out to care much. It wasn't my place to question the inventory. My fingers traced the rough edge of a candy bar wrapper as I scanned the shelves. I liked that roughness, the small imperfections that made things feel real. The night was slow. Too slow. I kept glancing at the clock, willing time to move faster, but the hands barely budged. The first customer arrived just after midnight, a man wearing a heavy coat and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He moved with a strange stiffness, like someone who hadn't quite gotten used to their own body. When he reached the counter, he set down a bag of chips and a soda. I checked the dates out of habit. Both were weeks past expiration. "Is this stuff okay?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He looked up, eyes darting around like he wasn't sure where he was. "Yeah, sure," he mumbled, voice dry and uneven. I hesitated but rang him up. The man paid without a word and shuffled out into the night, leaving behind a faint scent of cigarette smoke and something metallic I couldn't place. I shrugged and went back to the register. Nothing about the interaction felt right, but I chalked it up to the late hour and my own nerves. A few hours later, the strangest thing happened. A young woman came in, wearing jogging clothes and a tired smile. She grabbed a bottle of vitamin water, expired by a few days, and a granola bar that looked like it had been on the shelf since last year. I almost said something, but her eyes were too bright, too focused. She didn't seem to notice the dates. "Long night?" she asked as I rang her up. "Feels like it," I said, forcing a smile. "You?" "Yeah. Just trying to keep going, you know?" Her voice was steady, but there was an undercurrent of something I couldn't name. Nervous energy? Desperation? I wanted to ask more, but the moment passed too quickly. She paid and left, the bell above the door jingling softly behind her. I caught my reflection in the glass of the display case, a pale face framed by messy hair, eyes a little too wide. I tasted the sour aftertaste of worry creeping in. Maybe I was just tired. By 3 a.m., the station felt like it was closing in on me. The hum of the fluorescent lights was relentless. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and lonely. The air smelled colder, sharper, as if the night itself was holding its breath. I wiped down the counter, my hands trembling slightly, though I couldn't tell if it was the cold or something else. The granola bar I'd grabbed earlier sat on the edge of the counter, its wrapper crinkling faintly. I picked it up and inspected the date. 6 months passed. I tore it open anyway. The taste was bitter, stale. Worse, it left a strange dryness in my mouth, a tightness that spread slowly down my throat. I swallowed hard. Nothing happened at first. But then a dull ache bloomed behind my eyes, spreading warmth through my temples. I blinked, trying to clear the fog that was settling in. The phone behind the counter rang, sharp and sudden. I jumped, heart knocking against my ribs. The old rotary phone sat on a shelf, mostly untouched. I hesitated, then picked up. Hello? Static. Silence. Hello? I said again, voice shakier than I wanted. Click. The line went dead. I stared at the receiver, my pulse thrumming in my ears. The isolation was pressing in on me now, tighter than before. The station felt less like a place to work and more like a trap. The next customer came in just before dawn. A middle-aged man with a face weathered by years of sun and wind, but his eyes held something colder, sharp and calculating. He grabbed a couple of energy drinks, both expired by nearly a month, and a bag of peanuts that looked like it had been forgotten in the back of the shelf. I rang him up, watching carefully for any sign of hesitation or discomfort. He paid without comment, but as he left, his gaze lingered on me for a heartbeat too long. I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of the dryness in my mouth again. Something wasn't right. I wiped my palms on my jeans, feeling the faint tremble return. The morning light crept through the grimy windows, washing the station in pale gray. I was exhausted, but the strange taste in my mouth wouldn't go away. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the cheap snacks, the lonely hours, the cold. But deep down, I knew I was already caught in something I didn't understand. Something I couldn't stop. The morning dragged in slow and heavy, the sky a dull wash of gray spilling through stained glass panes. I was still shaking off the last customer's gaze when the phone on the counter buzzed sharply. It was Tina, my supervisor, her voice clipped and rushed, unlike usual. Hey, you okay? Heard from the day crew anything weird? No, I replied, voice rough. Just the usual slow night. Though I hesitated. Some of the expired snacks are. I don't know. Customers seem off after buying them. There was a pause, then a sigh. We've been meaning to clear that stock out. Supply truck's late, and the boss's orders are to sell it first. I know it's not great, but management's tight right now. I rubbed my temples, the dull throb intensifying. I think it's more than that. Some of the guys coming through look sick. Like, really sick. You're imagining things, she said quickly, but there was worry under her tone. Get some rest after your shift. You sound like you're running on empty. I hung up and leaned back, the plastic chair creaking under me. Rest. Right. Easier said than done when my stomach churned and my head buzzed faintly, a low, relentless hum. I had to find out what was going on. The store was empty except for me and the humming fluorescent lights overhead, one flickering weakly like it might give out any second. I pulled on a pair of gloves and headed toward the back storage room. The air was colder back there, damp and heavy with the scent of cardboard and stale air. The shelves sagged under the weight of crates, most of them unlabeled. I fished around until I found the boxes marked with dates several months past their sell-by. I pulled one down and peeled back the flaps. Inside, rows of soda cans and snack bags, dusty and forgotten. I grabbed a can, wiped it clean with my sleeve. The label was faded, the expiration date nearly 6 weeks old. I popped the tab, the hiss of carbonation sharp in the quiet. I took a sip. Bitter. Chemical. My stomach twisted. I set the can down and rifled through the snacks. Some looked swollen, the packaging puffed like balloons. Others had a faint sheen, like condensation trapped inside. I picked up a bag of chips, pressed my fingers to the plastic. It felt odd, almost sticky in places. I tore it open and sniffed. A sour, rancid smell hit me, sharp as bleach. I gagged, swallowing hard. Had I been eating this? Was this what was making me feel like this gnawing sickness I couldn't shake? I thought back. The energy drinks last night. The peanuts. The granola bars I grabbed for a quick bite. Every one of them from the same tainted stock. I sat cross-legged on the cold concrete floor, the roughness biting through my jeans. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone and started jotting down the names, the expiration dates, the times I'd sold each item. Maybe if I could track patterns, connect dots. A noise from the front startled me, a soft shuffle, the bell above the door jingling faintly. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat and straightened up. A woman stood there, her clothes rumpled, eyes darting nervously over the aisles. She looked tired, like she'd been driving for hours. "Morning," I said, forcing a smile. "Can I help you find something?" She nodded but didn't speak. Her gaze flickered back toward the snacks and drinks. I felt that familiar unease prickling again. Something wasn't right. "I wouldn't recommend those," I blurted, nodding toward the shelf of expired goods. "They're past their date. Might upset your stomach." Her eyes locked on mine, sharp and unreadable. "I know," she said quietly. "But sometimes you don't have a choice." I frowned. "What do you mean?" She shifted her weight, glancing toward the door as if expecting someone. "You ever been stuck somewhere with nothing fresh? Nothing real? Sometimes you grab what you can." Her voice was low, almost a whisper. The air between us thickened. I caught a faint metallic tang again, that same taste on my tongue, and I wondered if she'd felt it too. She moved quickly then, dropping a handful of crumpled bills on the counter and grabbing a couple of cans from the expired shelf. The moment she stepped outside, the door shut with a hollow thud. I stared at the cash, then at the cans. My chest tightened. What was going on out there? Who were these people? Strangers who seemed caught in some invisible trap, forced to take what poison I was selling because they had no other option. I went back to the storage room, heart pounding. There had to be a reason behind this, some logic buried beneath the creeping dread. I pulled out my phone again, fingers shaking, and started searching for anything about the supplier, recalls, reports, anything that could explain why all this expired junk was still on the shelves and why people kept buying it. The screen lit up with a notification, an email from the company's distribution center. I hesitated, then opened it. Urgent, product recall effective immediately. All shipments from batch #47C to be removed and returned. Potential contamination detected. Please quarantine affected stock. My breath caught. That matched the batch numbers on the boxes in the storage room. I scrolled down for more details but found only vague references to health risks and ongoing investigation. No specifics. No explanations. I sank against the wall, the cold plaster pressing through my shirt. The room felt smaller, the shadows longer. I thought about the customers, how they looked after buying the expired snacks. The middle-aged man, cold and calculating. The woman, worn and desperate. And then me. The sickness spreading through my body, subtle but insistent, like a slow poison. I had to tell someone, but who? Tina didn't seem to believe me. Management was tight-lipped. The isolation was suffocating. The bell jingled again. My pulse quickened. I looked up. A young man stood in the doorway, face pale and sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes darted wildly, as if chased by shadows only he could see. He clutched a bag of chips, the puff kind, swollen and sticky. "Are you okay?" I asked, voice low. He swallowed hard, voice trembling. I don't feel right. Ever since I ate this. He lifted the bag, fingers shaking. My stomach's been burning. I can't stop shaking. I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place like a puzzle I didn't want to solve. It wasn't random. It was systematic. People buying these products, getting sick, and no one doing anything about it. The store felt colder now, the flickering light above casting eerie shadows. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the old sign. I glanced back at the storage room. And me, trapped in the middle, already slipping under the weight of something I couldn't fight. The creeping sickness wasn't just in the snacks. It was in the silence, the neglect, the slow unraveling of everything around me. I had to figure this out before it was too late. The young man's words echoed in my head as I stood behind the counter, the bag of swollen chips crumpled in my hand. His face, pale and taut with panic, pressed itself into my memory. I could still hear the faint tremor in his voice, the ragged breath between his sentences. The flickering light overhead buzzed annoyingly, casting sharp, twitching shadows on the stained linoleum floor. The store felt impossibly cold, like the chill had seeped into my bones. I glanced toward the storage room again. The door was slightly ajar, the darkness beyond swallowing the muted glow from the sales floor. That's where it all started. I remembered the expired snacks, the half-empty bottles, the discarded boxes shoved haphazardly in corners. Tina had brushed off my concerns earlier, but now I doubted her indifference was ignorance. There was something else going on, something calculated. I had to find out. The bell above the door jingled, a sharp, brittle sound that snapped me out of my thoughts. I looked up. A woman in her mid-50s shuffled in, clutching a faded leather purse. Her face was drawn, eyes sunken, but her movements were deliberate. She made a beeline for the drink fridge, pulling out a bottle of soda with a label so faded it was barely legible. I caught the date, 2 months past expiration. I hesitated. "Ma'am, that's expired. It's not safe." She turned to me, her eyes flat but tired. "I know. I'm not really feeling myself, but I needed something. Her voice cracked, trailing off. She looked down at the bottle, then back up with a faint, desperate smile. "I guess I don't have much choice." The words hit me like a cold slap. I wanted to say something, to stop her, but I didn't. Because I understood. The isolation, the exhaustion, the creeping sickness, it wasn't just me. It was everywhere, infecting this place. I followed her with my eyes as she moved toward the counter, her steps slow and uneven. She placed the bottle down gently, fingers trembling. "You've seen it too, haven't you?" she whispered. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah. More than I want to." She leaned forward, voice dropping. "There's no escaping it. Management won't listen. They don't want to know." My pulse quickened. But why? Why let this happen? Her eyes flicked toward the storage room, then back. It's not just neglect. It's deliberate. Someone's making sure these products get out. And the customers, they're more than just sick. They're scared, confused, sometimes worse. I bit my lip, the taste of stale coffee bitter on my tongue. "Do you know who?" She shook her head slowly. "No names. But watch the deliveries. Watch the patterns. It's not random." Her words settled over me like a thick fog. I felt the first real surge of panic in days. If this was true, if someone was behind it, I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was a target. The store's old clock ticked loudly, marking each second with merciless clarity. I glanced at the back door, the only exit besides the front. Locked. always locked at night. I looked back at the woman, her eyes pleading. What do I do? She hesitated, then whispered, keep your distance from the snacks. And the drinks. Don't eat or drink anything here, not even the fresh stuff. It's all tainted. Her words hit me harder than I expected. I'd been ignoring the signs, telling myself it was just exhaustion, stress. But now, the truth was undeniable. I was poisoning myself every shift. Every sip, every bite, inching me towards something I couldn't stop. The bell jingled again. Another customer. This time, a teenager with a haunted look, clutching a half-empty energy drink. His eyes darted nervously. Please, he said, voice shaking. I don't want to be sick. I nodded, hands trembling. Me neither. The store's fluorescent lights flickered violently, then steadied. Silence. Complete silence. The kind that makes you listen to your own heartbeat. I glanced around, realizing I wasn't just trapped by the building's four walls. I was trapped by whatever had infected this place, and now, me. There was no going back. No running. Only forward, deeper into the dark. And whatever was waiting in the shadows wasn't done with me yet. My breath hitched as I took another step forward, the sticky floor beneath my boots echoing in the stillness. The aisles stretched endlessly, each one a corridor of forgotten products and shattered glass. Somewhere, a distant thud reverberated, too heavy, too deliberate to be random. I froze, straining to hear more, but all that answered was the pounding in my ears. A cold draft swept past, carrying with it a faint scent, something metallic, maybe blood, or worse. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter at the back of my throat. The shadows shifted, folding into shapes that teased the edges of my vision. My fingers curled into fists, nails digging into my palms as I forced myself onward. Who's there? My voice cracked, swallowed by the cavernous emptiness. No reply. Just the unsettling sensation that I was no longer alone. The darkness was alive, watching. Waiting. And with every step, the weight of its gaze pressed tighter against my skin. I needed to find a way out, or at least, some answers. But the deeper I ventured, the clearer it became. Escaping the building wouldn't be nearly as hard as escaping whatever had taken root inside me. The cold draft had barely settled when the thud echoed again, sharper this time. I hadn't moved an inch since the last sound, and the silence that followed was worse. It pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating, blanketing the gas station in a weight I couldn't shake. Somewhere in the back, the overhead flickering light buzzed unevenly, casting long, twitching shadows across the cracked linoleum. The smell of stale coffee and something rancid, like forgotten meat or moldy cheese, clung to the air, making my stomach lurch. I glanced toward the corridor where the expired snacks hid, the shelves crooked and sagging under the weight of boxes long past their prime. The glass from the shattered display still glittered faintly, shards like frozen raindrops catching the dying light. My pulse hammered in my ears. I needed to know what was happening. I had to. Hello? My voice was low, hoarse. No answer. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the distant hum of the freezer and the occasional drip of water somewhere behind the walls. I took a step forward, then another, feeling the grit of shattered glass crunch beneath my boots. The air grew colder, more oppressive. My skin prickled. I reached the end of the corridor, where the back door stood slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness beyond beckoned. The faint scent, metallic, sharp, was stronger now. The cold bit through my jacket, but I didn't dare close the door. Maybe whoever was back there wanted me to find them, or maybe they wanted me to be trapped. I swallowed the bitter taste in my mouth and stepped through. The room beyond was cramped and cluttered, a storage closet more than anything, with crates stacked haphazardly and a single flickering bare bulb overhead. The floor was slick with spilled liquid, sticky and dark. My eyes adjusted slowly. And then I saw it, a figure crouched near the corner, hunched over a tattered box. "Hey!" My voice was steadier than I expected. "Are you okay?" The figure shifted. A man, thin and pale, eyes sunken and darting wildly. His clothes hung loose, stained with grime. He lifted a trembling hand, pointing at the box. "Snacks," he whispered. His voice cracked. "They're bad." I frowned, stepping closer. The box was filled with the same expired goods I'd been pulling off shelves all week, the ones no one else seemed to notice, the ones that tasted off but never spoiled fast enough to be removed. I thought it was just poor stock management or a broken system. But this man's fear unsettled me. Why here? Why hide? His eyes flicked toward the door, then back to me. They watch. They want to keep it quiet. We're all sick. A chill clamped my chest. Sick. The word echoed in my mind, twisting and turning. I thought of the headaches, the nausea that had crept in over the last few nights, subtle but persistent. The way my hands sometimes trembled, unbidden. And then the customers' blank stares, strange behaviors, like they were slipping away piece by piece. "What do you mean, they?" I asked, voice low. The man shook his head, eyes wild as if afraid of attracting some unseen attention. "The bosses. The owners. They don't care. They never cared. The expired stuff, it's poison. Slow and steady. They sell it to keep costs down, keep profits up. People get sick, disappear. No one asks questions." His words felt like a punch to the gut. I wanted to deny it, to say it couldn't be true, but my body betrayed me. A wave of nausea hit, sharp and sudden, and I gripped the cold crate to steady myself. "Why are you still here?" My voice cracked. He managed a bitter laugh, one that didn't reach his eyes. "Because I wanted to warn someone. I didn't want to be the only one. But now I don't know what to do." The light flickered again. Shadows shifted. I could hear the faint scrape of footsteps somewhere beyond the storage room, slow and deliberate. Not far. Panic pricked at the edges of my mind. I glanced toward the door. We weren't alone. "Listen," I said, voice low and urgent. "We need to get out. Find help." He shook his head, eyes wide. "No help here. No one outside will believe us. No one will come. If they knew." A harsh click sounded as the door handle began to turn. My heart slammed against my ribs. The man's face went pale. "Hide," he whispered, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward a narrow gap between crates. The darkness swallowed us as the door creaked open. The figure in the doorway was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a dull uniform smeared with grease. His face was grim, ice cold. He scanned the room, slow and methodical, lips pressed into a tight line. I held my breath, every muscle tensed. The metallic smell was stronger now, more than just blood or rust, something sharper, almost chemical. It burned the back of my throat. The man in the uniform stepped inside, eyes flicking to the crates, then to the box of expired snacks. He muttered something under his breath, words I couldn't catch, but the threat in his tone was unmistakable. "Looking for something?" I whispered, barely audible. My companion swallowed hard. "They don't want anyone talking. Not about the poison. Not about the sickness." The man in uniform moved closer, slow but certain. His boots echoed on the floor, a steady drumbeat of menace. The light flickered again, and I caught a glimpse of his face, features tight, expression unreadable, a shadow of something darker lurking beneath the surface. I knew then that this wasn't just negligence or greed. It was deliberate. A silent war waged in the cracks and corners of this forgotten outpost. And I was trapped in the middle of it. I squeezed my eyes shut, the scent of chemicals and decay filling my lungs. My head throbbed, vision swimming. The sickness was no longer just in my body, it was in the air, in the walls, in every poisoned smile of the customers who'd come through these doors. "We have to get out," I breathed, voice barely a whisper. But the man in uniform was already moving toward us, and the shadows were closing in fast. Silence. Complete silence. Until a sharp, rasping breath cut through the stillness. And then, the door slammed shut. My hand shook so violently I could barely hold my own weight. The cold pressed in from every side, relentless and unyielding. My stomach rolled, twisting in knots as panic clawed upward. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, but I was frozen, trapped, and the poison was winning. The door slammed shut behind me with a finality that knocked the breath out of my lungs. I leaned heavily against the counter, the rough edges of the chipped paint scraping against my palm. The stench of stale coffee, chemicals, and something sour, something rotten, was suffocating. It wasn't just a smell anymore. It was a warning. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic edge of nausea at the back of my throat. The man in uniform had been moving toward us, but then... nothing. No voice, no footsteps, no sign. Only silence. Complete silence. That rasping breath I heard, was it real? Or just my mind fracturing under the weight of this place? I couldn't tell anymore. The line between what was happening and what I feared was blurring. The sickness had seeped into my thoughts, twisting them, making me question even my own senses. I wanted to run. I wanted to escape this nightmare, but my legs refused. I was trapped. I sank to the floor, back against the cold wall. The buzzing light overhead hummed in my ears, a relentless drone that seemed to echo the pounding in my skull. My hands shook violently, fingers curling into fists as if trying to hold myself together. I thought about the expired snacks stacked on the shelves. The tainted drinks, the sour candy, the cracked seals on bottles that nobody ever bothered to check. They weren't mistakes. They were Tool. Slowly poisoning everyone who entered this place, including me. But why? Who would do this? And how had I not noticed sooner? I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. The sickness had spread beyond my gut and limbs. It was now a fog in my mind. Memories tangled with fears. Faces of customers I'd seen, eyes glassy, smiles too wide, voices slurred in ways that didn't make sense. I'd watched them change, day by day, bite by bite, sip by sip. And yet I hadn't connected the dots until it was too late. The night dragged on. I don't know how many hours passed, only that eventually my body gave into exhaustion. I woke somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, the harsh light still flickering overhead, the cold still gnawing at my skin. My vision blurred, the sickness was a dull throb in every joint, a steady rhythm of decay. I forced myself up, legs unsteady beneath me. I needed air, clarity, something to break this spiral. Outside, the desert wind whispered through the cracked windows, carrying a faint smell of dust and burnt sage. The world beyond the gas station seemed impossibly distant, like a different life altogether. I pulled on my jacket, the fabric rough and stiff against my clammy skin. The door to the back storage room was ajar, the dark space inside smelling of mold and old cardboard. I remembered the boxes I'd seen before, the shipments of snacks and drinks, all past their dates, all marked with strange symbols I hadn't understood at first but now recognized as warnings. I stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath my weight. My fingers brushed against a box, and I pulled it down. The label was smeared, but I could make out the name of the distributor, one I'd never heard of, and none of the usual brands. A small piece of paper taped to the side caught my eye. It was a list of batch numbers and dates, some crossed out, others circled. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic. I traced the numbers with a trembling finger. They matched the products on the shelves. Suddenly, the door behind me creaked shut. My breath hitched. I spun around, heart hammering. No one was there. Just the cold shadows and the faint hum of the freezer in the corner. I pressed my back against the door, hands slick with sweat. The sickness was not just poisoning people physically, it was a form of control, a slow erosion of will and clarity. A silent manipulation. And I was caught in it. I realized then that escape wasn't just about leaving the building. The poison was in me now, woven into my cells like a parasite. No matter how far I ran, it would follow. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen was cracked, the battery nearly dead, but the message was clear: don't trust the others. They're already lost. I barely remembered sending it. The weight of that message settled over me like a stone. I was alone in this, surrounded by people who had been changed, and a system that thrived on decay. The first light of dawn crept through the grimy windows, pale and weak. I slumped against the counter, the rough surface digging into my skin, and let out a long, ragged breath. My body ached, my mind spun, but somewhere deep inside, a tiny ember of resolve flickered. I couldn't let this place win. I made a decision: I would document everything. The expired products, the strange shipments, the twisted behavior of the customers, the sickness spreading like a slow poison. Someone had to know. Someone had to stop it. I pulled a notebook from under the counter, its pages yellowed and stained. With hands still trembling, I began to write every detail, every observation, every fear. The words spilled out in a messy scrawl, but they were real. They were proof. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, turning the dusty windows into sheets of harsh light. I heard the distant noise of a car engine, maybe a traveler stopping for gas, unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows. I debated whether to warn them or to hide. The sickness whispered doubt, but I forced my legs to move toward the door. Outside, the air was sharp and clear, a stark contrast to the stale, poisoned atmosphere inside. I took a deep breath, tasting the dry heat and the faint scent of sage again. It was a small comfort. I looked back once. The gas station stood silent, its flickering lights like dying stars against the morning sky. I didn't know what would happen next. If I would recover, or if the poison would continue its slow march through my veins. But I knew I wasn't the same person who had started this shift. I was changed. The sickness had taken something from me, but it had also given me something else, a clarity born of struggle, a fierce need to fight back against the creeping darkness. I started walking down the cracked pavement, the notebook clutched tightly in my hand. And for the first time in a long while, I felt the faintest flicker of hope. Story 2, Relentless Rig, Haunting Highway Pursuit. The highway stretched ahead like a ribbon of gray tar, slick with the faintest sheen of morning dew, fading into a horizon that blurred under a low, overcast sky. At first, I noticed the rig in the rearview mirror purely by accident. A flash of chipped red paint, the dull gleam of rusted metal, a truck that didn't quite belong on this stretch of interstate. It had pulled up behind me just past the last rest stop, a rusty Kenworth or something old like that, its grill dented and crusted with grime. The driver's face was impossible to see in the shadow of the truck's cab, but something about the way it followed so closely, so patiently, made the hairs on my neck prickle. I glanced down at the speedometer. I wasn't speeding, barely pushing 65. The truck kept pace, unwavering. I tried to shake it off. Probably just another long-haul driver, maybe bored or on a tight schedule. Still, I flicked the turn signal and shifted into the next lane over to let it pass. The truck didn't move. It stayed behind me, dead center in my mirror. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and focused on the cracked leather of the steering wheel, the way the road shadows played across my windshield. When I looked back, the rig hadn't budged. I pulled onto the shoulder at the next exit, heart thudding a slow, uneven beat. The truck slowed a little but didn't pass. The driver stayed inside, motionless, silhouette perfectly still against the dim light. I caught the faint smell of exhaust, oily and sharp, mixing with the sweet rot of wet leaves pressed against the roadside. My fingers tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. Maybe it was nothing. I told myself that, though the knot in my stomach didn't untangle. I started driving again, this time faster, but the truck matched my speed without hesitation. It didn't even blink, or at least, the driver's head stayed rigid, unyielding, as if carved from stone. I glanced at the side mirror. The truck's massive shadow swallowed the lane beside me. The tires churned up small pebbles and dust, the low rumble of its engine a constant growl in the background. A quick glance at the dashboard clock told me I'd been on the road since 4 a.m. I must be tired. That's what it was. Fatigue playing tricks. I exhaled hard, tasted the stale air in my mouth. I leaned back, trying to stretch my neck, but the rig stayed glued to me like a shadow. The highway signs rolled past, "Welcome to Kansas," next gas 30 miles, but the scenery felt oddly muted, as if the world had been drained of color. The clouds hummed low, too low, pressing down like a weight. I turned on the radio to break the silence. A soft voice crackled through static, a country station playing some old tune about lost love and dusty roads. The truck followed still. No blinker, no lane change, no hint it intended to pass or leave me alone. I tried the horn once, just a quick tap. Nothing. The truck didn't flinch. I winced at how loud it sounded inside the cab, then tried again, longer this time. The rig's brake lights flickered, but it didn't slow or move aside. By now, my hands were slick with sweat despite the cool air from the cracked window. I reached down for the glove compartment, the familiar clink of loose coins and an old parking ticket from Denver reminding me of the trip's start. I wanted to call someone, but my phone was dead, forgot to charge it last night. Great. Just great. I pulled into a rest area, heart hammering, and parked near a cluster of faded picnic tables. The truck parked a few spots behind me, engine idling low like a growl in the distance. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, the air cooler here, sharper with the scent of pine and damp earth. The driver didn't move, didn't get out or even open the window. I squinted toward the cab, but the tinted glass kept the interior a shadowed mystery. "Hey," I called out, voice hoarse. "Everything okay?" No answer. No movement. Just the hum of the engine and the distant chirping of birds. I waited, scanning the horizon, trying to find some rational explanation. Maybe the driver was sleeping, or the truck had broken down. But after a few minutes, the engine didn't die, and the figure remained unmoving. I stepped back inside my car, locked the doors, and tried the dash again. Curious, I pulled out my wallet and flipped open the glove box's old map, tracing the route with my finger. Kansas was halfway through the drive, and the truck had been tailing me since Nebraska. I pulled my phone out again and, after a few failed attempts, managed to power it on. Weak signal. I typed in the truck's license plate number into a search engine, just to see if the company name would pop up. The page loaded slowly, then froze. Finally, a cached business directory came through, listing the company as Hawthorne Freight Lines. The problem? The company had been shut down nearly 5 years ago after a series of safety violations and a messy bankruptcy. The website even had a news article about the shutdown, dated years before the rig started following me. I blinked at the screen. That can't be right. I refreshed the page, but the same information appeared. The license plate was registered to a company that no longer existed. I looked out the window at the truck again. The paint was chipped, the rust seemed almost too consistent, like it had been there forever. The driver still sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, carrying with it the faint smell of something metallic, oil, maybe? I swallowed hard, the taste bitter in my mouth. My hands trembled, though I tried to steady them. I told myself I was imagining things. Old truck, old company, tired mind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Something about this wasn't just a coincidence. The rig's brake lights flashed once more, then twice, and I realized with a cold prickling at the base of my skull that this was no accident. The rig's brake lights flashed twice more, and I forced myself to blink away the cold prickling crawling of my neck. I glanced into the rearview mirror again. The driver hadn't moved. Not a blink. Not a twitch. Just those dull, unchanging eyes fixed forward, as if the road itself were a hypnotic spell. My pulse picked up. I told myself to breathe. Slow and steady. But my breath came short and ragged, like the engine's sputter on a cold morning. I flicked on the turn signal and eased onto the next exit ramp, hoping the truck would follow. It did. Of course it did. The rig lumbered down the exit, its massive tires thudding against the asphalt with a dull, relentless rhythm. The driver's face, when I caught a glimpse in the side mirror, was a blur, no features, just a pale shape behind the dirty windshield. The rust on the rig looked almost deliberate now, as if it had been left untouched, preserved in decay. I pulled into a dimly lit gas station a few miles down. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering intermittently, casting long, jittery shadows across the cracked concrete. I killed the engine and sat frozen for a moment, the noise of the world around me suddenly sharp, the distant rumble of a semi on the interstate, the faint hiss of an air compressor, a dog barking somewhere behind the station. The truck's taillights appeared in my peripheral vision, slow to turn off. It idled just beyond the pumps, the driver still motionless. I watched as a small, indistinct figure slipped out of the cab and disappeared toward the back of the rig. My stomach twisted. I blinked hard. Maybe I was seeing things too tired, too jumpy. I stepped out into the cold night. The air was sharp, smelling of gasoline and wet asphalt. I wrapped my jacket tighter around me and tried to steady my hands. The silence between the truck and me stretched, heavy and thick, like the moment before a storm breaks. I called out, voice low but steady. "Hey! Everything okay?" No answer. Just the soft hum of the station's neon sign and the faint scrape of tires on concrete. The truck's door creaked open again, and the driver stepped down, slow, deliberate. The figure was taller than I'd guessed, shoulders broad beneath a faded denim jacket that looked like it hadn't seen a wash in years. The man's face was nearly hidden in shadow, but his eyes caught the light, dark, unblinking, unreadable. I swallowed, trying to sound casual. "You've been following me for hours." "Why?" He tilted his head slightly, like a dog assessing a stranger. Then, without a word, he turned and started walking toward the convenience store. His steps were heavy but quiet, the soles of his boots barely making a sound on the cracked pavement. I hesitated, heart thudding so loud I thought the whole station might hear. Part of me screamed to lock the doors and drive away, but another part, curiosity, maybe desperation, pushed me to follow. I stayed just out of reach, watching him move between flickering lights and rows of soda machines. Inside, the store smelled of stale coffee and cold sandwiches. The man lingered near the back, his shadow long against the linoleum floor. I caught a glimpse of something in his hands, a folded piece of paper, yellowed and creased. He glanced around, then tucked it into his jacket pocket. I stepped closer, voice low. "What's your name?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned abruptly and left, the automatic doors sliding shut behind him with a hollow clang. Outside again, the night felt colder. The truck was gone. I blinked, heart skipping. Had he left? Or was he hiding just out of sight? I climbed back in my car, locking the doors with a click. My fingers trembled as I started the engine. The radio crackled to life, a late-night talk show host droning on about weather and traffic. It all felt distant, surreal. Then my phone buzzed. A text. Unknown number. I froze. The message was simple. "We're watching." My breath caught. The screen glowed in the dark, the words stark and cold. I looked out the window. The road was empty. No headlights in sight. But I knew better. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the driver's seat, engine idling, fingers tapping the dashboard. The memory of the faded license plate haunted me, that company gone for years, like a ghost from the past. And now, this man, this silent watcher, trailing me across states without a single word or blink. Was it coincidence? Or something planned? Morning crept in with a gray, overcast sky and a drizzle that slicked the highway. I pushed the wipers and forced my eyes open, exhaustion pulling at every inch of me. My phone buzzed again, another text. "Why are you running?" I swallowed hard, the taste bitter and metallic as before. I'd been running for days, really. From what? I wasn't sure anymore. But now, I wasn't the only one moving. The game had changed. I knew I couldn't keep driving without answers. So I did the one thing I never thought I would. I called my sister. Her voice was warm, a tether to the normal world. "You sound off," she said immediately. "Where are you?" I hesitated, then told her. The truck, the texts, the company that shouldn't exist anymore. Her silence on the other end was sharp. "Maybe you're overthinking it," she said finally. "Old roads, old trucks, they can mess with your head." "I thought so too," I answered, "but that rig. It's like it knows me." "Look," she said softly, "just don't be alone tonight, okay? Promise me." I promised. Even though I wasn't sure what exactly I was promising to. The day dragged on, the rain turning heavier, blurring the world outside like a watercolor painting left out in the damp. Every reflective surface seemed to catch my eye, the cracked windshield, the puddles that shimmered with headlights that weren't mine, the mirrors that caught the fleeting image of something behind me. I pulled into a small diner just off the highway, the kind with peeling vinyl booths and a jukebox humming in the corner. The smell of frying bacon and coffee was a brief comfort, grounding me to something real. I ordered a black coffee and a slice of cherry pie, the sweetness a sharp contrast to the cold gnawing in my gut. As I sat there, I couldn't stop scanning the parking lot. No sign of a rig. No shadow lurking near the windows. Maybe I was safe, at least for now. Then the waitress slid over a folded newspaper, her eyes flickering with something unreadable. "Found this at the pump," she said quietly. "Thought you might want it." I unfolded the paper. The headline caught my breath. Disappearance of trucking company owner still unsolved after 5 years. The article was yellowed, edges curled. I looked up. The waitress was gone. Outside, the rain had stopped. The highway lay slick and shining under a clearing sky. And in the distance, the rusty rig appeared again, crawling toward me like a slow, inevitable storm. I didn't know what I was up against, but I knew one thing for sure. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I sat there with the folded newspaper in my hands, the thin paper crinkling beneath my fingers, smelling faintly of grease and old coffee. The headline stared back at me, bold and insistent: disappearance of trucking company owner still unsolved after 5 years. I reread it, trying to soak in the quiet weight of the words. 5 years. The company named in the article was the same one registered to the rusty rig that had been tailing me for hours. The rig I thought I'd lost back at the diner. But no, when I glanced out the grimy window, it was there, idling at the far edge of the lot, headlights off but unmistakably watching. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, or was it just stale coffee? My hands trembled, but I forced myself to fold the paper neatly and set it beside me on the table. The waitress had already disappeared, swallowed by the dim light of the kitchen, leaving me alone with the crackling hum of the jukebox and the low murmur of a late-night talk show playing on the diner's ancient TV. I wanted to believe it was all a coincidence. That the truck in the article somehow didn't mean what I feared. I wanted to think I was imagining things. But the facts were stubborn. The truck's license plate was registered to a company that hadn't been in business for years. The owner, according to the article, vanished without a trace. And yet, the rig sat there like a specter, refusing to blink, refusing to move on. I drained my coffee, feeling the bitter warmth settle in my stomach, and forced myself to stand. I needed air, a moment to think without the stale smell of bacon and syrup pressing in. Outside, the night was cool, too cool for a summer evening, the kind of chill that made my skin prick and the hairs along my neck stand on end. The rig's engine growled low as it pulled forward, merging onto the highway with a slow, deliberate crawl. I watched it through the diner window, its cab illuminated by the dashboard lights, the driver's face obscured in shadow. I caught a glimpse of eyes unblinking, fixed. There was no hesitation, no flicker of emotion. Just that relentless stare. I slipped back inside and grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling to unlock it. No signal. Not even a bar. The diner was perched in a dead zone, a forgotten stretch of road where cell towers gave up and left you to your own devices. A flush of panic rose, but I shoved it down. Panic wasn't going to help. Clear thinking was my only chance. I paid quickly, leaving a tip on the table, and stepped out into the night. The air was thick with the scent of gasoline and wet asphalt. The diner's neon sign buzzed overhead, its pink and blue glow flickering against the parking lot's cracked concrete. The rig was gone, but I knew it was still out there, somewhere ahead or behind, waiting. I climbed into my car and started the engine, the familiar rumble a small comfort. The heater kicked in, blowing warm air onto my chilled hands. I pulled back onto the highway, eyes darting to the rearview mirror. Nothing. Then, a flash of red taillights. The rig. Always there. I tapped the steering wheel, trying to will myself calm. It made no sense. Why follow me? Why not pass? Why not blink? I shook my head. It wasn't a game, not some strange coincidence. It was something else. Something purposeful. The road stretched ahead, empty and dark except for the dim glow of distant billboards and the occasional blinking reflector post. I tried to remember the last time I'd seen another car besides the rig. Hours ago? Maybe longer. The isolation was suffocating. Suddenly, the rig's headlights flared to life behind me, suddenly blinding. I squinted, heart pounding as the light forced me to the right shoulder. The truck slowed, matching my pace, its engine a steady, ominous growl. The driver's window rolled down with a slow mechanical roar. A voice, low and steady, drifted through the night air. "You lost?" the voice asked. I swallowed, the lump in my throat thickening. "No. Just passing through." "Funny place to be passing through this late," he said, tone casual but heavy with something else. "Not many folks heading this way these days." I nodded, though he wouldn't see it. The truck idled there, shadows deepening in the cab, the driver's face still impossible to read. A man, I thought. Definitely a man. But something about him was off, too quiet, too still. "Look," I said, my voice firmer than I felt, "I don't want any trouble. Just let me go." The truck's engine revved, then dropped back to a slow rumble. "Nobody's going anywhere until I say so," the voice said. "You got questions. I got answers. But first, you gotta hear me out." I blinked, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. "Answers? What kind of answers?" I wanted to say no, to slam the gas and disappear into the night, but the truck blocked the road like a wall, solid and immovable. The driver's window rolled back up. The rig's lights dimmed again, and it began to move forward, slowly, nudging me along the shoulder. I followed, trapped in a slow, creeping dance on the edge of the highway, the rig never leaving my side. My mind raced. Why now? Why me? What did this man want? The newspaper article, the company's disappearance, it all clicked into place with a grim finality. This wasn't about coincidence. This was about history, secrets buried under years of silence. And now, I was caught in the middle. I glanced at the dashboard clock. Midnight. The witching hour in stories, but this was no ghost tale. This was real. Too real. The rig's taillights stretched ahead like twin eyes in the dark, unblinking and unyielding. I considered my options. I could pull over at the next exit, call the police if I got a signal. But what if the driver was waiting there? What if he had friends? Or worse, what if this was a trap? The highway disappeared behind a curve, swallowed by the night and the rising fog. A sign flickered ahead, "Welcome to Redstone County." The name was unfamiliar, but the chill down my spine was not. The rig slowed again, pulling off at the same exit. I hesitated, fingers tightening on the wheel. But something in me, call it stubbornness or foolishness, made me follow. We rolled into a small town that seemed forgotten by time. The streets were empty, the storefronts dark, windows boarded or cracked. A dense fog clung to the edges of the abandoned roadside diner, swallowing every sound but the distant hum of a restless night. The rig stopped in front of a weathered building with peeling paint and a faded sign, Redstone Freight and Transport. The irony wasn't lost on me. The same company that had been shut down years ago, owned by the man who vanished. The driver killed the engine. Silence. Complete silence. I looked over, saw his face for the first time in the dim light, pale, sharp, eyes like chips of ice. He nodded toward the building. "Come in," he said. "It's time you learned the truth." My throat dried out. I wanted to refuse, to run, but the road behind me was empty, the night swallowing my escape. The rig was the last vehicle I'd seen for miles. There was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. I stepped out of the car into the cold night air, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The door creaked open before I reached it, inviting me into the shadows. I swallowed hard and crossed the threshold. The light inside was dim, a single bulb swinging gently overhead, casting long, twitching shadows. The air smelled of oil and dust and something else, something faintly metallic and bitter. He was waiting. The man from the rig. The man who wouldn't blink. "What you want from me?" I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. He smiled, a slow, deliberate curl of the lips that didn't reach his eyes. To set things right. And you're the key. I stared, my mind spinning. I had no idea what that meant. But one thing was clear, my cross-country trip. The rake's taillights vanished just past the last turnoff, swallowed by the thick fog rolling in from the east. For a moment, I thought it was over, that the truck had peeled off, finally giving me space to breathe. My fingers loosened on the wheel, the tension draining like the warmth from my skin. But then, headlights flickered in the distance, low and steady, creeping back onto the highway. Same rig. Same driver, a shadowed silhouette that didn't blink, didn't flinch, just stared straight ahead as if the road was a tether he refused to break. I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear mixing with the stale coffee clinging to the cup holder. The dark windows of the truck were opaque, like mirrors reflecting only the night, making it impossible to see inside. The license plate number kept spinning in my head, one of those old companies shuttered years ago but somehow still registered. Why? How? The impossibility was gnawing at me. I tapped the brakes lightly, trying to coax a reaction. The rake slowed, matching my speed like a predator pacing a cornered animal. It didn't swerve or signal, just stayed locked on me. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of black asphalt slick with dew under the pale glow of the moon, lined by skeletal trees whose branches scraped the sky like bony fingers. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. The driver's face was a pale smudge, expressionless, eyes fixed forward. I knew I should have pulled over hours ago, maybe called someone, but the phone was dead, no bars, just a blinking no-service icon mocking my panic. The town of Redstone lay behind me now, a ghostly silhouette of boarded windows and silent streets. No lights. No movement. Just a distant hum of insects and the occasional bark of a dog somewhere deep in the shadows. I had passed the exit, too afraid to stop. Fear had a funny way of locking your feet and gasping your breath at once. A sudden urge to break the pattern surged through me. I took the next exit, immediately turning onto a narrower road lined with thick pines. The scent of pine needles and damp earth filled the air, cutting through the stale smell of sweat and gasoline inside the car. The rig hesitated at the mouth of the highway but then followed. No blinking. No lane changes. Just the steady thrum of diesel echoing behind me like a heartbeat. I kept driving, pushing the speedometer higher, testing the truck's limits. The road twisted and dropped into a valley where the fog thickened, swallowing the headlights whole. My eyes burned from the strain, my jaw clenched tight enough to taste metal. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and sharp, mingling with the faint rustle of dry leaves brushing the asphalt. Then it happened. The rig pulled up close, too close. The cab's side mirror hovered inches from my passenger window. I caught movement. A hand. Pale fingers resting on the glass. No gesture, no knock. Just the silent presence, a reminder that I was watched. I slammed the brakes. Tires screeched. The car shuddered under me. The truck did the same, then swung wide, cutting across the road and forcing me off to the shoulder. My heart slammed against my ribs, banging so loud I thought the driver must hear it too. I sat frozen. The air outside smelled colder here, thick with moss and decay. The headlights dimmed, then went out altogether. Darkness swallowed the rig and the road. For a moment, I thought the nightmare was over. The engine died. Silence. Complete silence. I fumbled for my phone. Still no signal. The screen glowed weakly in the black, unable to connect to the outside world. The car's interior lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the dashboard. Then, a voice. Low, calm, unmistakable. Lost. I whipped around, heart in my throat. No one in sight. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice cracking. The voice came again, closer this time, but still no shape. "You shouldn't have followed." The hairs on my neck prickled, cold sweat slicking my palms. I tried the door handle. Locked. The windows too. The car was sealed tight. The truck's engine roared back to life, headlights flashing on, blinding me. Its silhouette emerged from the fog, massive and unmoving like a wall. I slammed my hands on the steering wheel, desperate to think, to act. My mind raced through every survival story I'd ever heard, every horror movie cliché I swore I'd never fall victim to. But this wasn't fiction. This was a dark, cold reality that wrapped around me like chains. The voice whispered again, almost a breath now. "You don't belong here." The radio crackled to life with static, then a voice, distorted, but clear enough to send ice through my veins. "You've been watched. Tracked. The company you're chasing? It never really died. You're in deeper than you realize." The truck's driver leaned out the window, face half hidden in shadow but eyes glowing with a strange intensity. It wasn't anger or rage. It was something colder. Calculated. Like a man who had waited years for this moment. I forced my voice out, steady despite the shaking inside. "Why me? What do you want?" The sun was dipping below the horizon, the sky bruised with streaks of purple and orange, when I finally pulled off the interstate. My hands had cramped around the steering wheel for what felt like hours, the tension grinding deep into my muscles. That rusted rig was still there, idling behind me like a shadow I couldn't shake, the driver's blank stare fixed in the rearview mirror. I took the exit, heart hammering, and eased onto the side road, the cracked asphalt rough under the tires. The truck followed. No hesitation. No blink. Just that same relentless, unchanging presence. I swallowed hard, a bitter taste rising in my throat. It wasn't just the truck itself anymore. It was the driver. The way he never looked away, never changed lanes, never blinked. Like he was waiting. Watching. Something in me wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat, swallowed by the quiet hum of the engine and the distant call of a lone crow. I kept driving, slower now, ice flicking between the cracked windshield and the rust-spotted rig behind me. The license plate caught my eye again, paint chipped and faded, the numbers barely legible. I checked it once at a rest stop, out of a mix of dread and curiosity. The company it was registered to had shut down nearly a decade ago. The address was an empty lot now, weeds growing through the cracked concrete and rusting debris. It's impossible, I thought. How could this truck still be out here? And yet, here it was. Following me. The road curved sharply, and I braked, heart slamming against ribs. The rig slowed too, but didn't turn. The driver's face, it was hard to tell in the fading light, but I thought I saw the faintest twitch of a smile. Or was it just my imagination? I pulled into the parking lot of a small diner, the neon sign flickering weakly, open 24 hours. I needed a break, air that didn't taste like tension and fear. The rig slowed behind me, stopping at the far edge of the lot. I watched the cab's outline, the rust glinting faintly. The driver remained still, motionless, like some statue made of metal and shadows. Inside, the diner smelled like stale coffee and old grease, a comforting mix that grounded me. The bell above the door tinkled as I stepped in, and the waitress glanced up, her eyes tired but kind. "Long drive?" she asked, wiping her hands on a stained apron. "Yeah," I said, voice rough. "Trying to shake someone, I guess." She nodded like she understood more than I wanted to say. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I managed a weak laugh. more like a rust bucket that won't quit. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Sometimes the road plays tricks on you. Or people. The words hung in the air longer than I expected. I sat at the counter, ordered a coffee, and let the warmth seep into my hands. Outside, the rig's headlights cut through the darkening sky, unmoving. I felt the weight of hours pressing down, the exhaustion settling deep in my bones. I pulled out my phone, battery low, and typed the company name again. Old news articles popped up, stories about the company shutting down after a series of accidents, drivers disappearing, trucks vanishing or turning up abandoned. Nothing concrete, just rumors and fear. My fingers trembled as I scrolled. Was I chasing ghosts? Or was something else out there, something human but unreadable, waiting behind that cracked windshield? The waitress returned with my coffee. "You're not from around here, are you?" "No," I said. "Just passing through." She leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "If you're looking for answers, try the old mechanic down the road. Name's Frank. He's seen a lot out here." I hesitated, then nodded. "Thanks." Back in the truck, the rig was gone. The space behind me was empty, the night cool and still. I started the engine, a flicker of hope blooming inside. Maybe it was over. Maybe the truck had moved on. The road stretched ahead, dark and open. I drove on, the weight easing just a little. The next morning, I found Frank's garage nestled between two weathered barns, tools scattered on a workbench, smell of oil and metal thick in the air. Frank was a broad-shouldered man with a face like worn leather and eyes that had seen too much. I explained what I'd seen, the truck, the company, the driver who never blinked. Frank nodded slowly. "That rig's been a ghost story around here for years. Old company folded up after a bad string of accidents. Some say the last driver never made it home. Folks say his rig still haunts these roads, tailing anyone who looks too close." I swallowed hard. "But how?" "It's just a truck." "Maybe," Frank said, wiping his hands on a rag. "Maybe it's the kind of thing that sticks around when there's unfinished business. Or maybe it's just a man who never gave up. People see what they want or need to see." I thought about the driver's unblinking stare, the impossibility of the rig's presence. Maybe Frank was right. Fear had a way of twisting reality, turning shadows into monsters. I thanked him and left, the garage door creaking shut behind me. The road awaited, endless and indifferent. Hours later, I stopped at a rest area, stretching my cramped legs. Behind me, the interstate buzzed with traffic, but no rusted rig lurked in the distance. For the first time in what felt like forever, I exhaled. The experience had gnawed at me, but it had also changed me. I realized how fragile the line was between reality and fear, how easily the mind could turn the ordinary into something sinister. As I settled back into the driver's seat, the sun rising warm and steady, I felt a strange calm. The road was still long, but I wasn't alone anymore, not really. I carried the story with me, the memory of that relentless rig, and the knowledge that sometimes, the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but the parts of ourselves we try to outrun. I turned the key, the engine humming steady under my hands, and drove on. The horizon stretched wide and open, and for the first time in days, I believed I could make it through. Story 3, Price Distortions, Night Shift Reality Warping. The night shift started like any other, quiet and slow, with only the hum of the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead and the faint sound of wind scraping against the peeling paint on the building's exterior. Tonight felt different, though. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way the fluorescent bulb above the register flickered intermittently, or maybe it was the strange silence, no distant cars on the highway, no coyotes yipping somewhere beyond the trees. just the occasional buzz of an old neon sign trying to stay alive. I shrugged it off. Night shifts were always a little eerie, especially here, miles from the nearest town. The gas station was one of those places that seemed frozen in time. The linoleum floor was cracked and sticky near the entrance, the paint on the walls chipped. The store smelled like a mix of motor oil and cheap candy, with a faint undertone of something metallic that I couldn't quite place. I flipped the sign on the door to closed, took my coat off, and settled behind the counter with a tired sigh. The old radio crackled softly in the background, playing some country station I never liked but was stuck with. I pulled out my phone to check the time. 12:07 a.m. I wasn't expecting any customers for a while. Usually the only visitors this late were truckers looking for a quick snack or the occasional lost traveler. I liked the solitude, the rhythm of the night shift. It gave me time to think, or at least, it used to. Around 12:15, the first odd thing happened. I noticed the prices on the pump outside had changed. Not just a small adjustment, something was off by nearly 10 cents per gallon more than what was on the digital board inside. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe the display was malfunctioning. I stepped outside, the cold biting at my cheeks, and checked the pump again. The numbers were still different. I went back inside and glanced at the register screen. The prices matched the inside board, not the pumps. That didn't make sense. I double-checked the manual price sheet taped behind the counter. The numbers agreed with the register, not the pump. I thought maybe a glitch in the system, but the pumps were digital and usually synced instantly. I pressed the buttons to cycle through the pump displays, but the mismatch remained. A small knot tightened in my stomach. No customers yet. No one to distract me. At 12:40, a car pulled up. I watched through the grimy window as a man stepped out, tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie that obscured his face. He moved slowly toward the pumps but kept glancing over his shoulder, like he was nervous. It was the kind of behavior that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I forced a casual smile and nodded in greeting when he glanced inside. He didn't answer. Just paid without a word, then turned and walked past the store entrance toward the back. I frowned. The back door was locked, and alarmed, I was the only one with the code. I kept watching as he fiddled with the door handle for a moment, then gave up and went back to his car. He drove off without stopping inside. Weird. I kept checking the security cameras on the screen behind the register. Nothing showed him trying to break in, but the angle was limited. I made a note to check the locks in the morning. The night carried on. At 1:15, another oddity, the snack aisle seemed wrong. The shelves didn't look like they usually did. I know that sounds strange, but certain items I could swear had been in one place were now shifted. The row of chips closest to the door had been swapped with candy bars from the opposite end. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe the daytime clerk had restocked the shelves differently. Still, the store felt smaller, almost cramped. I stood up and walked the aisle, running my fingers along the plastic wrappers, trying to shake the feeling that I was missing something. The fluorescent lights flickered again, and a low buzz filled the room. I glanced at the clock. 1:18 a.m. The radio cut out suddenly, replaced by static, then silence. I hit the button to change the station, but the dial was unresponsive. The silence stretched. I pulled open the cooler door to grab a soda. The cold air rushed out, sharp and biting. I could hear my own breathing, loud in the quiet. "Hello?" I muttered, half joking, half worried. The store was empty except for me, or so I thought. Another car pulled up at 1:30, this time a beat-up sedan with cracked windows. A woman stepped out, her footsteps slow and deliberate as she made her way inside. She was wrapped in a thick coat, her face pale and drawn. She looked around like she didn't quite believe where she was. "Just a coffee, please," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, reaching for the pot behind the counter. The coffee smelled bitter but warm. I poured her a cup and set it on the counter. "Long night?" I asked, trying to make conversation. She shrugged, eyes darting toward the door. "Something like that." There was a pause, then she added, "This place, it feels different tonight." I blinked. "Yeah. How so?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't know. Like the walls are closing in or something. Like time stretched out weird." I laughed, a little forced. "You've been driving too long." She smiled weakly but didn't argue. As she left, I noticed the price on her receipt. It was higher than it should have been, matching the pump outside instead of the register's usual rate. I frowned again. Maybe the register had a glitch after all. The rest of the night passed in a blur of quiet moments and small, creeping oddities. The layout of the aisles seemed to shift each time I turned around, subtle changes that were impossible to track but made me feel off balance. A candy bar that had been on the left shelf earlier was now on the right. The clock on the wall ticked a second slower than the one on the register. The air felt heavier, as if I was breathing through a thick fog. I caught myself checking the locks on the doors more often than usual, my fingers brushing the cold metal with a nervous twitch. The man who had tried the back door came back once more, lingering near the pumps but never stepping inside. I didn't see his face clearly in the dark, but his presence felt like a question without an answer. By 3 a.m., I was exhausted, rubbing my eyes and wondering if I was imagining everything. Maybe the weirdness was just a trick of sleep deprivation, or a glitch in the system. Maybe it was the isolation getting to me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting, measured and silent. At 3:15, I noticed the store's front door was slightly ajar. Not cracked, not swinging in the wind, but open enough to let in a sliver of cold night air that smelled faintly of rain and dust. I'd locked it earlier, and the alarm hadn't gone off. I approached slowly, heartbeat quickening, and reached out to close it. As my fingers brushed the handle, a sudden chill ran down my spine. I glanced around. The street outside was deserted, the gas pumps dark and still. I locked the door again, triple-checked the alarm panel, and turned back to the counter. My hands trembled slightly. The radio still silent. The clock still slow. I wasn't sure what was worse, the feeling that I was losing my grip on reality or that something far more deliberate was unfolding around me, just beneath the surface of this lonely night. I poured another cup of coffee. The bitter taste grounded me, if only for a moment. Then the pump prices flickered again, numbers rising and falling like a pulse I couldn't control. I swallowed hard and waited. By the time the clock on the register finally caught up with the one on the wall, it was nearly 4 a.m. The dim fluorescent light above me hummed with a stubborn flicker that refused to settle into a steady glow. I rubbed my eyes again, tasting the stale, faintly chemical air, and tried to focus on the small monitor behind the counter where the security cameras looped in monochrome. Nothing out of the ordinary. Or at least, nothing I could catch. But nothing felt ordinary anymore. I kept replaying the strange man who'd lingered by the pumps, the one who had tried the back door earlier. The shadow of his presence wasn't just a memory, it was a weight pressing against the thin walls of the store. I checked the locks 4 times since then, tracing the cold metal bolts with fingers that trembled despite my efforts to keep steady. What was he waiting for? Or was it me he wanted? I shook the thought away and decided I couldn't just sit here drifting into paranoia. I needed proof. Something concrete to grasp onto, to remind myself that the world wasn't bending around me. First, I checked the pumps. Their prices had shifted again this time, The numbers flickered like a broken neon sign. The price for regular jumped from $3.19 to $2.87 and back again in a rapid dance. I pulled my phone out, recording it, hoping the video would hold up better than my memory. The screen's glow made my fingers feel clammy. The gas station was supposed to be a simple setup. A few pumps in front, the store behind, a handful of aisles lined with snacks and drinks. But tonight, the space was fluid, like a reflection in a disturbed pool. I walked inside, the linoleum floor sending back a faint squeak with every step. The fluorescent tubes buzzed unevenly, and the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled of burnt coffee and old dust. But the aisles, their arrangement was wrong again. Not drastically different, but enough for me to notice. The candy bars were on the right shelf now, the chips had migrated to the left, and the refrigerated section seemed closer than usual. I stopped mid-aisle, my palm pressed against the rough plaster wall. The texture was familiar and strange at the same time, like a half-remembered dream. I pulled out the store layout map taped near the register. It was supposed to be a fixed blueprint. But the map didn't match the shelves anymore. Not by a little. The snack aisle was marked as being closer to the entrance, but I was deep inside it now, and the entrance was still behind me. I felt a sudden chill. The air had thickened again, and the faint buzz of the lights seemed to stretch longer between flickers. My breath came out unevenly, a dry rasp in the small, closed space. The door chimed. I spun around, startled. The man was back, standing just outside the glass, his face hidden beneath the brim of a hat pulled low. He didn't move, didn't speak. Just watched. I swallowed hard. "Can I help you?" My voice cracked like brittle glass. No answer. Just that steady, unsettling gaze. I locked the door again, sliding the bolt into place with deliberate calm. Inside, the store felt suddenly quieter, the usual hum of the refrigeration units muted. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and uneven in my ears. I tried to steady my hands, running a cloth over the counter. The fabric was rough against my palms, grounding me. But the man outside remained, a dark silhouette framed by the flickering streetlight. I glanced at the security monitors again. No one visible near the pumps. No movement on any of the cameras except the shadowed figure frozen in place outside the door. The clock ticked forward, but time seemed to stretch and fold in on itself. I wasn't sure if minutes or hours had passed standing there. I needed help. Someone, anyone, who could tell me I wasn't losing my mind. I reached for my phone, but the screen was dead. No bars, no signal. Not even the faintest blip. I breathed in slowly, the stale air filling my lungs. I tried to focus on the small things, the faint smell of diesel outside, the scratch of the dry paper receipts in the cash drawer, the sticky residue left by spilled soda on the counter. I decided to check the back room, the storage area, hoping to find a flashlight or a radio. Maybe some sign of a malfunction or an explanation for the oddities. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit space cluttered with boxes and cleaning supplies. The air was cooler here, tinged with the sharp scent of bleach and mildew. I shuffled through the boxes, the rough cardboard edges scraping against my fingertips. In the far corner, I found a small, battery-operated radio. I switched it on. Static filled the silence, crackling and hissing. Then, a voice. Distant, broken, but unmistakably human. "Did you see him? Near the pumps? He's been watching for hours." The voice faded into static again. I turned the dial, trying to catch more. Another voice came through, this time clearer. Something's wrong with this place. The prices keep changing. The aisles don't stay put. I don't think we're alone. My stomach twisted. The voice was unfamiliar, but the words hit too close to home. Someone else. Someone else had noticed. I felt a sudden urgency. If I wasn't alone, then maybe I wasn't crazy. But who were they? And if they were here, why hadn't I seen them? The man outside shifted, tapping the glass lightly. I jumped, knocking over a box of cleaning rags that spilled onto the floor with a soft thud. "Hey!" I called out, keeping my voice steady. "Who are you? What do you want?" No reply. Only the tapping continued, slow and deliberate. Shadows pulled in the empty corridors as the clock struck midnight, bringing with it an unsettling stillness that seemed to breathe beneath the surface. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. The store felt smaller, the walls closing in. I tried to shake the rising panic, telling myself it was just a strange man, maybe a vagrant or a prankster. But something about him wasn't right. The way he watched, the way he waited without moving. It was as if he was measuring me, weighing my reactions. I locked the back room door and hurried back to the counter, pulling open the register drawer. Inside, a folded piece of paper caught my eye. I hadn't put it there. Unfolding it carefully, I read the hastily scrawled words. "The prices lie. The aisles move. Trust no one." My hands trembled again, this time with cold, sharp dread. Someone else was playing with me. Or maybe I was part of some experiment I hadn't signed up for. The man outside tapped the glass one last time before stepping back into the shadows. The streetlight flickered, and when it came back on, he was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I stared at the paper, the words burning into my mind. The store was no longer just a gas station. It was a trap. A labyrinth. And I was the only prisoner. I had to find answers. And fast. The tapping against the glass stopped the moment I called out. Silence. Complete silence. I strained my eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of the man beyond the foggy window, but the night had swallowed him whole. No shadow, no movement. Just the faint hum of the fluorescent bulbs overhead and the distant drone of a speeding truck somewhere on the highway. I sank back behind the counter, hands trembling as the radio crackled again, static filling the small store like a thick fog. The voice returned, breaking through with a rasping edge. "You're not supposed to be here. None of us are." My breath caught. That voice sounded even closer this time, as if someone was crouched right beside the speaker, whispering directly into the receiver. I twisted the dial desperately, trying to find a clearer signal, but the words dissolved into white noise, fragments of sentences lost in the hiss. Not supposed to be here. What did that mean? Was it a warning? A threat? My mind spun, replaying every strange thing I'd noticed, the shifting aisles, the fluctuating prices, the customers who seemed to move in jerks, like puppets on invisible strings. I glanced toward the door. Locked. I checked just an hour ago. The lock was old but solid. No way out without a key. And I didn't have one. That was the first time it really sank in. I was trapped. Not just in this gas station, but in whatever game was unfolding around me. I tried to steady my breathing, focusing on the smell of stale coffee lingering in the air, the faint metallic tang of the register, the rough grain of the counter beneath my fingertips. These small details felt real. Grounded me. But then I remembered the aisles. Last night, I'd walked down the snack aisle only to find it rearranged minutes later, the chips and candy switched, the shelves taller, narrower, as if the store itself was reshaping around me. I wasn't imagining that. Was I? A flicker caught my eye, the overhead light buzzed and dipped, casting long shadows that seemed to pulse. I blinked. The layout had shifted again. The freezer aisle was where the lottery tickets had been an hour ago. I rubbed my eyes. No, I wasn't losing it. Something was deliberately changing the space, controlling it. I had to find answers. Steeling myself, I unlocked the back door. It led to a narrow hallway that smelled of damp plaster and old paint. The walls were cracked, peeling in places, revealing layers of faded wallpaper underneath. I hadn't explored back here before. There was a faint draft, cool against my skin, and somewhere beyond, the faint shuffle of footsteps, or was it just the building settling? I crept forward, heart pounding in my ears. The hallway turned sharply, leading to a small room I'd never seen before. It was lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, its light flickering weakly. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the sharp, chemical sting of cleaning solvents. On the far wall, a bank of old monitors blinked and hummed, black and white screens flickering with static and grainy images. I stepped closer, eyes scanning the grainy footage. The angles were familiar, the pumps outside, the aisles within, even the counter where I'd been standing moments ago. But the strangest thing was the presence of figures moving in the shadows. People. Not customers. Not employees. Figures who never appeared on the cameras during the daytime. One screen caught my attention. A figure stood just outside the gas station, watching through the glass. The same man who had tapped on the window. I felt a cold wave of realization. This wasn't random. It was orchestrated. Someone was watching me, manipulating the environment, and possibly tracking every move I made. The radio crackled again. This time, a clearer voice. "You've stepped too deep. There's no way back now." My hands clenched into fists. No way back. That phrase echoed in my mind. I had thought I could leave, that eventually the night would end, and I'd walk out of this place and never look back. But now it felt like I'd crossed a line. The gas station, the shifting aisles, the strange visitors, it was all part of something bigger, something I couldn't escape. I tried the front door again. Still locked. No key in sight. My phone was dead. No signal outside. The sense of isolation pressed down on me like a heavy blanket. Then, a sound from the store. The soft jingle of the doorbell. It was subtle but unmistakable, the small bell above the entrance, meant to alert me to customers. But the store had been empty for hours. I froze. The door handle rattled. Slow, deliberate. "Hello?" I called, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. The handle twisted again, then stopped. I backed away, heart hammering, eyes darting to the nearby aisles. The layout had shifted once more. The snacks I had just scanned were gone. In their place, a narrow corridor leading deeper into the store, where I'd never ventured before. Curiosity warred with caution. I knew I should stay put, lock myself behind the counter, but something urged me forward. A need to understand. I stepped into the narrow passage. The floor beneath my boots was cold, the tiles worn smooth by years of foot traffic. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something else metallic, like blood or rust. I couldn't tell. At the end of the corridor, a door. Painted dull gray, chipped. Fog crept through the deserted halls, muffling footsteps and smothering the distant echoes of a day long ended. I pressed my face close, peering inside. The room was dark but for a single chair in the center, facing away from me. A figure sat there, shoulders hunched, head bowed. I cleared my throat. The figure turned slowly. Not a man. Not a woman. Just a face, blank, expressionless. too still, too perfect. Like a mannequin. Then the face shifted, a twitch in the jaw, eyes flickering with something unreadable. "You're here," the voice whispered, dry and hollow. "You can't leave." My throat tightened. "Who are you? What is this place?" The figure laughed, low and hollow, a sound that scraped the edges of my mind. "This is your reality now. Your choice ended the moment you stepped inside." Behind me, the door slammed shut with a finality that made my knees buckle. The room plunged into darkness. I was alone. Or so I thought. A faint tapping returned, this time from inside the walls. A rhythmic pulse that matched the pounding of my heart. I pressed my back against the cold door, sliding down until I was seated on the floor. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, charged with an electric tension I couldn't explain. I had crossed a point of no return. Whatever this place was, whatever game was being played, I was trapped inside its labyrinth, caught between shifting walls and silent watchers. Outside, the radio buzzed one last time. "Welcome. You belong here." The lights flickered. The monitors went dark. And the night stretched on. The door was cold under my fingertips, the paint rough and flaky, more brittle than I expected. I pressed my ear against it, holding my breath. No sound. Just the low hum of the fluorescent lights behind me, their buzz faint but steady, like a distant warning. The smell, I caught it again, metallic, sharp, like iron mixed with something sour. I swallowed hard, the dry air scratching at my throat. I hesitated. The corridor behind me seemed to shrink, walls closing in tighter, the faint flicker of the overhead bulb stretching shadows longer. I could have sworn I heard something shift, soft, almost inaudible, from the other side of the door. A breath. A shuffle? I wasn't sure, but it pulled at my nerves like a loose thread threatening to unravel everything. I looked back toward the main store. The aisles I'd known so well had disappeared again, replaced by that endless maze I'd been trapped in for hours. The register was miles away, or at least it felt that way. I felt stranded, like a rat caught in a maze I'd never agreed to enter. My fingers trembled as I found the rusty knob and turned it. The door creaked open, slow, deliberate, the sound scraping against the silence like claws on plaster. Beyond was a small room, lit only by a single bare bulb dangling from the ceiling. The light buzzed and flickered, casting uneven pools of yellow across cracked linoleum. Inside, a chair sat in the center, facing away from me. The back was scratched up, the paint peeling like old skin. I hesitated again, breath catching in my chest. The air smelled stronger here, metal and sweat, but also something faintly sweet, like a sickly old perfume someone had worn to cover up a bad smell. "Hello?" I said, voice cracking, the only sound besides the flickering bulb. No response. Just the faint drip of water from somewhere unseen. My shoes echoed on the floor, loud and unnatural in the cramped space. I edged closer. The chair wasn't empty. A figure slumped in it, shoulders hunched, head bowed. I blinked, heart thudding hard enough to drown out everything else. It was a man. His clothes were rumpled, stained, like he'd been there for days. His hair hung in greasy strands, and I could see the pale skin of his neck, mottled and clammy. "Sir?" I tried again. My voice sounded small, unsure. "Are you okay?" He didn't move. I reached out, hesitating, fingertips brushing the fabric of his jacket. It was cold, almost icy. The man jerked suddenly, head snapping up. His eyes met mine wide, glassy, unfocused. "Why?" His voice was hoarse, almost a whisper. "Why are you here?" I swallowed. I work here." I don't know how you got in." He laughed, a low, ragged sound that echoed off the peeling walls. "Nobody works here. Not really. Not anymore." I stepped back, heart hammering. The air felt heavier, like I'd breathed in a room full of smoke. What was he talking about? The gas station was still open. I'd been here all night. He shifted in the chair, eyes flickering with something I couldn't place. Fear? Desperation? "You don't remember, do you?" "No," I whispered. "I think I'm losing it." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "It's not you. It's this place. It gets inside your head. Changes things. Makes you see what it wants. You think you're alone, but you're not." The lights flickered again, brighter this time, and then dimmed, leaving us in near darkness. I could hear the distant hum of the pumps outside, the faint crackle of static over the intercom. The man's voice was barely audible now. "They watch. They wait. They like to see how far you'll go before you break." "Who?" I asked, voice shaking. He shook his head, eyes darting toward the door. "Does it matter? You're already part of it." I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The wall seemed to breathe, the air thickening with every second. I could feel my pulse in my ears, the cold sweat tracing lines down my neck. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "If you're stuck here, maybe we can figure this out together." He laughed again, a bitter sound. "You don't get it. No one leaves. Not really." Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me. The noise was deafening in the small room, and I jumped, my back hitting the cold wall. My hands trembled as I pressed against the door, but it didn't budge. "Why?" I shouted. "What do you want from me?" He stood slowly, stumbling toward me. His eyes were wild now, pupils dilated like a cornered animal. "To see you break. To watch the last bit of sanity slip away." I pressed my palms flat against the door, the rough surface biting into my skin. I could feel the pressure building in my chest, the sharp sting of panic creeping in. I had to get out. Had to. "Listen," I said, voice low but firm. "You're not going to win. I'm not going to let this place control me." He sneered. "You don't have a choice." The lights flickered one last time and then went out, plunging us into darkness. The cold pressed in from all sides. The metallic scent sharpened, closer now, like something breathing beside me. I swallowed, tasting the bitter tang of fear on my tongue. The fluorescent light above the counter buzzed steadily, a high-pitched whine that seemed louder in the late hours. I sat slouched on the cracked vinyl stool, staring at the register's digital clock. 3:17 a.m. The night was dragging like a stubborn fog, thick and oppressive. Outside, the cold wind scraped against the windows, making the small gas station tremble like a leaf. I rubbed my hands together, trying to conjure warmth from the stale air. For weeks, I'd been crawling through nights like this, trapped in a loop of subtle distortions that chipped away at my sense of reality. The prices on the pumps flickered, customers acted off, and the store's layout warped as if I was looking through a funhouse mirror. But tonight, I was done pretending it was just fatigue or stress. I needed answers. I had stayed awake, watching, waiting, and after the last customer left, something shifted. The store felt different. Smaller. The aisles I knew by heart seemed to stretch and shrink like a breathing thing. I blinked hard. Maybe it was the flickering light again, maybe I was imagining things. But the thought left a bitter taste in my mouth. I stood up and walked the aisles slowly, tracing my fingers over the shelves, noting the odd angles and misplaced items. A packet of gum that was always on the left now sat on the right. The candy bars rearranged themselves like some cruel joke. I stopped at the coffee machine, the one thing that was supposed to stay constant. The handle was sticky, the smell sharp and burnt, but the button labels had shifted. Regular was now bold, and decaf disappeared entirely. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a vibration that felt like a punch in the gut. I pulled it out, expecting a message from my manager or a missed call from my sister. Instead, it was a text from an unknown number. You're closer than you think. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled, not from cold this time, but something raw and jittery inside me. I wanted to delete it, pretend it never arrived, but curiosity tangled with dread. I typed back, fingers clumsy, "Who is this?" No reply. The overhead speaker crackled, static filling the silence before a voice broke through. It was distorted, but I recognized it. It was me. My voice. Saying something I didn't remember saying. "You can't leave." "Not yet." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I spun toward the speaker, heart thudding so loud I thought it might burst. The store was empty. No one had been here but me for hours. The voice repeated, quieter this time, a whisper beneath the static, "Stay." I staggered back, bumping into a shelf. The cans rattled. I gripped the edge, knuckles white. Was this some kind of nightmare? A prank? Or worse, an experiment? I had to get out. But every time I reached the door, it felt farther away, as if the building was stretching, mocking me. My phone buzzed again. Another message, "Look closer." I stared at the screen, then at the store. That phrase echoed in my mind. Look closer. I needed to find something, a clue, a reason. I scanned the room, the flickering light casting shadows that danced and twisted. Then I noticed it, the security monitor on the wall. It showed 3 camera feeds, the gas pumps, the parking lot, and the interior of the store. But the interior camera was different. The angle was off, showing a corner behind the counter where no camera existed. And in that corner, a small red light blinked faintly. A hidden camera. My breath caught. Someone had been watching me. All this time. I grabbed the small ladder behind the counter and climbed up, heart pounding. As I reached the corner, I found the camera. It was tiny, almost invisible, embedded in a smoke detector. I pulled it down, feeling slick plastic and cold metal. The wires hung loose, but still connected to something in the ceiling. I yanked the wires free. The blinking red light died. Silence. Complete silence. I sank onto the floor, legs shaking. The store was just a store again. No weird layouts, no distorted voices. Just me, the buzzing light, and the cold night outside. I sat there for a long time, trying to steady my breath. A mix of relief and anger churned inside me. I wasn't losing my mind. Someone was behind this. Someone who wanted to see how far they could push me, how much they could break me down. A twisted psychological experiment played out in the dead of night, with me as the only player. The thought made my skin crawl. The sun was starting to rise when the first car pulled up to the pumps. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and stood up. The customer was a middle-aged man, wearing a faded baseball cap and tired eyes. He glanced at me, nodded, and filled his tank quietly. "Long night?" he asked, voice rough but kind. I hesitated, then nodded. "You could say that." He smiled faintly. "We all have those. Just keep your head up." His words settled over me like a balm. I realized then that I didn't have to stay stuck in that nightmare. I could walk away. find a new job, a new place. Maybe even talk to someone about what happened. I looked around the store one last time. The aisles were normal now. The prices on the pump stable. The air smelled faintly of coffee and motor oil, nothing sinister. I took a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs and clearing my thoughts. As the morning light spilled through the windows, I felt something shift inside me. Not fear or confusion, but a quiet strength. The kind that comes from surviving something that wants to break you. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The wind was brisk, but it didn't bite. The gas station stood empty except for a few scattered leaves swirling in the parking lot. I locked the door behind me. The keys felt solid in my hand. Real. I didn't look back. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but for the first time in weeks, I felt free. Not because the nightmare was over, but because I had survived it. I had faced the darkness, the manipulation, the creeping doubt, and I'd come out on the other side. I still didn't know who had done this or why. Maybe I never would. But I knew this. No one was going to trap me again. Not in that gas station. Not in my mind. I started walking toward my car, the morning sun warming my back. The world was waking up, and so was I. And that was enough. Story 4, returned in silence, the sister who wasn't. The first thing I noticed was the silence. My sister, Anna, had been back for almost a week now, and still, the house felt off. Not just because she had been gone, she'd been away for a year, after all, but because something about her return wasn't quite right. I kept trying to put my finger on it, but it slipped away every time I thought I had it nailed down. I heard her footsteps coming down the hall before I saw her, light and quick, like she was trying not to be noticed. She paused just inside the doorway, her eyes flicking to the wall where the family photos hung, photos she used to love, the ones she always stopped to study, pointing out memories or making some sarcastic comment about how awful our hair looked back then. Now, she just glanced past them, avoiding the wall as if it were a cracked mirror. "Hey," I said, voice sounding louder in the quiet. I forced a smile that felt tight and brittle. "How's the jet lag?" She shrugged, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's fine," she said, but it wasn't fine. Not the way she said it. Her voice was flat, like she was reciting a line she didn't believe. I wanted to press her, to ask about the year abroad, about the places she'd been, the people she'd met, but every time I tried, she shifted the subject or gave me one-word answers. It was like she was closing off, folding in on herself. I wasn't sure if it was exhaustion or something else. The house felt smaller with her back. The familiar creaks in the floorboards, the way the radiator clanked softly in the bedroom, the faint whiff of her shampoo, everything should have been comforting, but instead it made me uneasy. Later that evening, I found her in the kitchen, standing in front of the fridge with the door open, staring blankly at the shelves. "You skipping dinner?" I asked, leaning against the counter. She didn't answer right away, then said, "I'm not that hungry." "Okay." I hesitated. "Did you want to look at those photos?" Mom asked if you wanted to see the album. Her eyes flicked toward the living room, then away. "No thanks." I frowned. "You used to love those." She shrugged again. "Maybe I don't anymore." It was a small thing, but it felt like a crack in the surface, like she was trying to erase something. I left her there and went to the living room, where my parents and I met every evening to talk about the day. When I mentioned Anna's strange behavior, they looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Anna?" "She's the same as always," Mom said, her voice firm. "You're imagining things." Dad nodded, chewing on the end of his pen. "Maybe she's just tired from the trip. Give her some time." But the more I watched Anna over the next few days, the more the little things piled up. How she remembered details differently, the way she avoided the photos, the way she sometimes paused mid-sentence, like she was searching for a memory that wasn't there. One afternoon, I found her in the attic, sitting cross-legged among dusty boxes. I climbed up the narrow stairs behind her, the wood creaking under my feet. "What are you doing up here?" I asked. She didn't look up. Just thinking. There was a box labeled Family Memories near her, but she didn't touch it. Instead, she traced the edge of a faded photograph with her finger, a picture I didn't recognize, of two girls who looked nothing like us. I blinked, trying to shake off the unease curling in my stomach. Maybe I was overthinking it. After all, Anna had been away a long time. Maybe she'd changed. Maybe I was the one holding on too tightly. But when she caught me watching her, her eyes dark and unreadable, she whispered, "Some things don't add up anymore." That night, I lay awake, the ceiling fan humming softly above me, the room cool and still. The house was quiet, too quiet. I could hear my own breathing, the faint tapping of rain against the window. Something was wrong. I didn't know what, but I knew it had started the moment Anna came back. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out why. The next morning, the sun filtered weakly through the curtains, casting long shadows across the floor. I found Anna in the kitchen, her fingers wrapped tightly around a chipped mug, eyes distant as she stared out the window. When she noticed me, a flicker of something regret maybe passed over her face, but she said nothing. I tried to bridge the silence. "Coffee?" She nodded, but didn't meet my gaze. Instead, she tapped her fingers against the mug, a nervous rhythm that reminded me of the way she used to drum on the steering wheel during long drives. The memory was bittersweet, a reminder of better days now just out of reach. "I've been thinking," she finally said, voice low, almost reluctant, "about what happened before I left, and what I found when I came back." Her words unsettled me. The past felt like a locked door I'd never wanted to open again, but now it was swinging wide, revealing shadows and whispers I couldn't ignore. "Tell me," I said, leaning forward. Anna's eyes locked onto mine, steady and resolute. "It's not just about us, or even about me. There's something bigger, something I stumbled upon. And it's dangerous." A chill ran down my spine. The ordinary life I thought I had returned to was unraveling, thread by thread. And as much as I wanted to close my eyes and pretend none of this was real, the truth was already here, pressing against the walls of our fragile world. "We can't ignore it," she said. "Not anymore." In that moment, I realized that whatever the cost, I was already pulled in too deep to turn back. The night stretched thin between us like a taut wire, buzzing faintly with words unsaid. "Something bigger," I repeated, the words clumsy in my mouth. "What do you mean, exactly?" She looked away, her fingers tracing the seam of the couch cushion. The sound was the only thing breaking the silence, soft, persistent. "I don't know how to explain it. It's like everything I thought I knew about this place, about us, is wrong. And someone wanted me to forget." I swallowed hard. The thought of forgetting, of erasing pieces of ourselves, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I wanted to ask what she'd found, where she'd been, but the weight of her hesitation stopped me. Later, I sat alone by the kitchen window, the night thick with mist that blurred the streetlight outside. The faint clatter of a neighbor's late-night bottle collection echoed down the alley. I breathed in the stale scent of old coffee and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. My fingers brushed the window ledge, rough and chipped, and I wondered if the house itself was trying to tell me something. The morning came too quickly, and with it, the unbearable glare of daylight. I needed answers. We had to dig deeper, whatever this dangerous thing was. It wasn't going to unravel itself. I found Anna in the spare bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed with a notebook open but untouched on her lap. Her eyes were fixed on the floorboards, as if they held secrets only she could see. I cleared my throat. "Have you told Mom or Dad?" She shook her head. "I tried once. They said I was imagining things, that I'm tired from the trip. Like nothing's changed." I frowned. "They said that? After everything? They don't see it. Or they refuse to." Her voice cracked just enough to let me know this wasn't just frustration. It was desperation. I sat beside her, the mattress springs creaking under the sudden weight. "I noticed you avoid the photo albums," I said quietly. "You skipped the family pictures at dinner last night." Anna's jaw tightened. "I don't want to see what's not there." "What's not there?" I pressed, leaning closer. She hesitated, then whispered, "Memories. Moments we shared but don't match anymore. Like the pictures are lying." Lying. The word felt wrong, but I couldn't deny the unease growing in my chest. Last week, we'd laughed over a photo from our trip to the lake, except Anna swore she'd never been there. The more I thought about it, the more cracks appeared in our shared history. I decided to test it. "Tell me about the summer before you left," I said. "What do you remember?" Anna's eyes shifted away again. "You mean the summer when we camped by Miller's Creek?" I nodded. She shook her head, almost bitterly. "No, I was never there. You went without me." "No," I said, voice firmer. "We both went. I remember the fireflies, the cold water, your awful singing around the campfire." Anna's mouth pressed into a thin line. "You're wrong." The room suddenly felt colder, the morning light harsh and unforgiving. I could almost taste the tension, sour and metallic, like pennies left out in the rain. Determined, I reached for my phone and pulled up the photos from that trip. My thumb scrolled past the smiling faces, the blurry shots of trees and water, until I found the one with Anna and me, arms around each other, grinning like idiots. "Here," I said, holding it up. "Look at this." Anna's eyes flicked to the screen, then away, as if avoiding the truth staring back at her. "I don't know who that is," she said quietly. "But it's not me." Her words hit harder than I expected. I blinked, unable to look away from the image. The girl in the photo had Anna's face, the same crooked smile, the same freckles across her nose. But something was off, something I couldn't place. I felt the hairs at the back of my neck prickle again. Was this some cruel joke? A trick of memory? Or was Anna right? Had someone taken her place? I needed proof. Something concrete. That afternoon, I started going through old boxes in the attic, the air thick with dust and memories. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath my boots, and the smell of mothballs mixed with the faint, lingering scent of cedar filled the cramped space. My hands trembled slightly as I lifted the lid of a battered suitcase, revealing a stack of letters and faded postcards. I sifted through them, looking for anything unusual. A few postcards from Europe, written in Anna's neat handwriting. But some letters were unsigned, with cryptic messages like "we're watching" and "don't trust a mirror." I frowned, unsettled by the words. They felt like warnings. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft thud from downstairs, maybe the refrigerator door closing. The house settled with a familiar groan, but my heart hadn't slowed. I tucked the letters into my jacket and hurried downstairs, scanning every shadow. The kitchen was empty, the window fogged with condensation. Outside, a neighbor's dog barked twice then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I locked the attic door behind me, the click echoing unnaturally loud. Later, I confronted Mom at the dinner table, the faded wallpaper humming in the background. She smiled, her eyes tired but warm. "Anna seems fine," she said. "You've both been through a lot. Maybe give her some time." I wanted to argue, to shout that something was wrong, but I swallowed the words. It was easier to watch her smile than to see the disbelief in her eyes. After dinner, Dad joined us, the faint scent of pipe tobacco clinging to his shirt. I mentioned the photo albums again. He shook his head. "You're reading too much into things. Anna's the same girl who left. Nothing's changed." Their certainty made me doubt myself, but the nagging feeling in my gut refused to fade. That night, I stood in Anna's room, the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the curtains. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something else, something I didn't recognize. On her desk lay a small, cracked mirror I hadn't noticed before. I picked it up, the glass cool and uneven under my fingers. My reflection stared back, tired, uncertain. Then, a soft creak from the hallway made me start. I set the mirror down and moved toward the door, every nerve alert. Anna's voice came from the living room, calm but with an edge I hadn't heard before. "I found something," she said. "You need to see it." I stepped into the hall, the floorboards cold beneath my bare feet. The house seemed to hold its breath again, waiting. For what? I wasn't sure. But I knew this was only the beginning. I stood at the threshold of the living room, the cracked mirror still cold in my palm. The street lamp outside cast long shadows through the half-drawn curtains. The air smelled faintly of lavender, but beneath it there was something else, something metallic, almost like the scent of old pennies mixed with damp plaster. I folded my arms, trying to steady the tremble that had taken hold of my hands. "What is it?" I asked, my voice lower than I expected. Anna hesitated, then moved to the coffee table and pulled out a small, worn notebook. The cover was scuffed, the pages yellowed and dog-eared. "I found this under my bed," she said, flipping it open with a slow, deliberate motion. "It's my journal. But it's not mine." The words hit me like a cold splash of water. I blinked, trying to make sense of the sentence. "Not yours? What do you mean?" She pointed to a passage written in tight, neat handwriting. "These entries are dated from last year. But none of this sounds familiar. Things I never did, people I never met. It's like someone else was living my life." I took the notebook and skimmed the pages. The handwriting was definitely Anna's, or at least, it looked like it, but the memories recorded inside twisted into a version of her that didn't match the sister I knew. There was a mention of a man named Mark, someone I'd never heard her mention. A secret job she supposedly had at a bookstore downtown. Events that didn't line up with the timeline of her trip abroad. I looked up. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Anna shrugged, but her eyes didn't meet mine. I thought maybe I was just confused. Jet lag, memory gaps. But then I started noticing more things. "Like what?" She glanced toward the hallway, then back. "Photos. Family photos. I can't look at them the same way anymore. They don't feel real. It's like there's a layer missing, or maybe someone else's face pasted over mine." A sharp creak echoed from the kitchen, making me jump again. The house was too quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your ears until every little sound is amplified. I swallowed hard. "I'm not imagining this," I said, voice firmer now. "Something's wrong. You're not the same Anna." She looked at me then, her expression unreadable. Maybe that's because I'm not. I wanted to laugh it off, to tell myself I was losing my grip. But the look in her eyes, cold, distant, made my skin crawl. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the front door. Our parents appeared, smiling as if nothing unusual was happening. Mom carried a tray of teacups. Dad had his usual newspaper tucked under one arm. "Anna, darling, you're up late," Mom said, setting the tray down. "Everything okay?" Anna forced a smile. "Just couldn't sleep." Dad glanced at me, eyebrows raised. "You two look like you've seen a ghost." I swallowed again. "We were just talking about the trip." Mom sat down, folding her hands neatly. "Anna's been through a lot. It's normal to have some confusion after a year away." "But the journal," I started, then stopped. Both parents looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "What journal?" Dad asked, voice tight. I hesitated. She said she found a journal under her bed, with memories that don't make sense. Mom's eyes narrowed briefly before she smiled too brightly. "Sweetheart, I think you're reading too much into things. Anna's the same girl who left. Nothing's changed." Their certainty was suffocating. I felt trapped between what I saw and what everyone else insisted was true. But the notebook in my hand weighed heavily, a proof I couldn't dismiss. Later, when the house had settled into the kind of silence that felt like it was listening, I returned to Anna's room. The cracked mirror caught the faint moonlight, casting fractured reflections across the walls. I saw myself staring back, uneasy, second-guessing everything. I flipped through the journal again, studying each entry. One passage caught my eye. "I'm scared of being found out. They don't know who I really am, and if they did, I'd be lost. I can't let them see the cracks." The handwriting shifted here, less neat, more frantic. The words echoed in my mind longer than they should have. The next day, I decided to confront Anna again. I found her in the kitchen, peeling apples with a practiced ease that looked too deliberate. She didn't look up when I entered. "Why won't you talk about Mark?" I asked quietly. She stopped peeling and stared at the fruit in her hands. "Who?" "Mark. The man in your journal. You never mentioned him before." Anna's fingers tightened around the apple. "He doesn't exist." "Then why is he in your journal? Why do you write about him like he's real?" She finally met my gaze, and for a moment, I saw something fragile flicker beneath the surface. "Because sometimes, you have to create someone real to make the lies believable." Her words hit harder than I expected. I leaned against the counter, the rough wood pressing into my back. "Anna, if you're not who you say you are, if you're not my sister, then who are you?" She smiled, but it wasn't warm. "You don't want to know. And even if you did, you couldn't walk away. Not now. Not anymore." The kitchen light flickered briefly, the hum of the refrigerator filling the sudden silence. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, distant but sharp. I glanced toward the door, the only exit, and felt the weight of her words settle like a stone in my stomach. "No one leaves," she said softly, almost to herself. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. The house, once a place of comfort, now felt like a cage. I was trapped. There was no turning back. And whatever this was, whatever had taken my sister's place, it had already claimed me too. "No one leaves." "You don't get to decide that," I said, voice low but steady. The sudden dryness in my throat made swallowing a chore. "I'm not going to stay here, in this, whatever this is." My eyes darted toward the front door again, the one real exit in this house that suddenly felt like a trap. The lock clicked softly in the dark. Locked. Of course it was. She smiled again, the same cold curve of her lips, but this time there was something sharper behind it, like she was enjoying the game. "You think you can just walk out? That it's that simple?" Her fingers tapped the edge of the counter, slow and deliberate. This isn't about the door. It's about what happens once you leave. Or try to. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal creeping into my mouth. My hands trembled, not with fear exactly, but something close enough. I wanted to believe this was some sick joke, a twisted prank. But there was nothing funny here. Not when the sister I thought I knew was gone, replaced by this stranger who knew things she shouldn't and twisted memories like knots in a fraying rope. Why? I demanded. Why do this? What do you want from me? Her eyes flickered, and for a moment the mask slipped. Something raw and desperate peeked through. Control, she said quietly. Belonging. You think you're the only one who's lost someone? I've been waiting a long time for this. For her to be gone. To take her place. The words sank in slowly, cold and heavy. I tried to remember the last time Anna had smiled like that, or laughed. The real Anna. It felt like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Impossible. The house seemed to close in around me, the walls leaning closer, the shadows pooling in corners where light refused to settle. A sudden clatter from the living room snapped me out of it. My breath caught. Anna's head tilted toward the sound, eyes narrowing. You shouldn't have heard that, she said, voice low. I didn't move. Instead, I took a careful step forward, the wooden floor creaking beneath my foot. Who's there? My voice was steadier than I felt. The silence that answered was thick, oppressive. You, she said, voice like silk and steel, are the only one who matters now. The kitchen light flickered again, plunging us into brief darkness before buzzing back on. My gaze caught the family photos hanging crookedly on the far wall. I forced myself to look, to remember. But the faces blurred, smiles twisted. In one, Anna's eyes were darker, colder. Not right. I glanced back at her. You don't belong here. You're not her. She laughed softly. I belong wherever I choose. And right now, that's here. With you. The room felt colder suddenly, a chill creeping up my spine as the evening air shifted. Outside, the streetlight cast long shadows through the kitchen window, but inside, the feeling was suffocating, like drowning in still water. I turned away, hands gripping the edge of the counter until my knuckles whitened. You're breaking us, I said, voice barely above a whisper. This family, our memories, they don't work with lies. She stepped closer, the scent of her perfume sharp and unfamiliar, like faded flowers in a forgotten vase. Lies, she repeated, eyes glinting. No. This is the truth now. You just can't see it yet. Something in her tone made me freeze. It wasn't just about replacing Anna anymore. There was something darker, more dangerous beneath the surface. A threat that wasn't physical but more invasive. Like a shadow creeping under the door, waiting for the right moment to swallow everything whole. I wanted to run. To scream. But my legs felt heavy, as though the floor itself was pulling me down. The house groaned, old timbers settling or maybe something else shifting inside the walls. Look at me, she said suddenly, grabbing my chin with one cold hand. Her touch was firm, unyielding. I met her gaze, searching for any sign of the sister I knew. But all I found was an empty shell filled with something else. Who are you? I whispered, voice breaking. Tell me. Her smile widened. I told you. You don't want to know. The words were a lock, and now I was trapped behind it. A noise from the hallway made us both jump. The front door rattled as if someone was trying to open it from the outside. Relief surged through me. Maybe help. Maybe a way out. Anna or whoever moved swiftly, blocking the path between me and the door. "No one leaves," she repeated, voice low but steady. "Not tonight." The door stopped shaking. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a soft tapping at the window behind her. Slow, deliberate. Like fingernails tracing a message I couldn't read. I stepped back, breath hitching. The house was alive with sounds now, the distant hum of the fridge, the creak of the floor, the tap-tap-tap against the glass. My heart hammered in my chest, loud enough to drown out reason. I had to get out. I had to understand. But this place, this person, was tightening the noose, inch by inch. And somehow, I knew that if I stayed, I'd never be the same again. The night stretched on, long and unforgiving. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, and the cold settled deeper into my bones. The sister I once knew was gone. And in her place stood something that whispered danger without ever raising its voice. I was trapped in a house that wasn't home anymore, with a stranger who claimed my past and threatened my future. No one leaves. But I had to try. The tapping stopped. I backed away from the window, every nerve screaming, but my feet felt glued to the spot. The sister who'd come back from abroad, the one with the wrong memories and the cold eyes, she was in the next room, pretending to be the person I'd known all my life. Or maybe she never was. The thought turned my stomach. I didn't know where she was now. I didn't even know if she was still here or had slipped out into the night. The house was too quiet, an empty shell stretched thin over the hollow that had become our family. Morning came slow and gray, reluctant to break the night's spell. I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed, the sheets tangled around my legs, barely daring to move. The room felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were pressing in, listening. I needed to understand. Not just what had happened, but how to live with it. How to live with her, not the real sister. I was sure of that now, but this stranger who had stolen her face, her voice, the shape of our shared past. At breakfast, the house was eerily normal. Mom poured coffee like always. Dad read the paper without looking up, and the fake sister sat quietly, stirring her tea, eyes fixed on the swirling liquid like it held answers. I tried to catch her eye. Nothing. Just the slow, mechanical blink of a stranger learning to wear skin. "Did you sleep?" Mom asked, smile too bright, too forced. "A little," I said, voice rough. "You!" She glanced at me, something flickering behind her eyes, a warning? Denial? I couldn't tell. Fine. Just fine. The photos on the wall caught my attention. Family vacations, birthdays, graduations, the moments frozen in time, proof of shared history. I watched as she passed by, her gaze skimming over the frames but never settling. She didn't want to see them. I could almost hear her thoughts, "Those memories aren't mine." Later, I found myself in my sister's old room, the one she'd left behind. It smelled faintly of lavender and old books. The bed was neatly made, the desk cluttered with notes and photographs, hers, not the imposter's. I fingered a photo of us from years ago. In it, she was laughing, the way only she could laugh, wild and free. I traced the edges of the photo, the paper rough beneath my fingertips. The memory felt like a thread stretching back before everything went dark. I thought about calling her out again, demanding the truth, but the idea felt hollow. There was no truth in her eyes. Just a vacant script she was reciting, word for word. Instead, I started piecing together what little I knew. Her avoidance of the past, the subtle changes in manner, the missing details no one else seemed to notice. And then there was the way the house responded, the creaks, the shadows, the cold drafts that didn't belong in spring. I realized I wasn't just afraid of her. I was afraid of losing her. Or who I thought she was. Days passed. The owls grew heavier, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with unspoken things. I tried talking to Mom and Dad, but they brushed it off, smiles too tight, eyes darting away. Like they were protecting a fragile secret. Or maybe protecting themselves from a truth too terrible to face. One evening, I found a journal tucked under the mattress of my old bed. The handwriting was messy but familiar. It wasn't mine. It wasn't hers. It was someone else's. Page after page, the entries chronicled a slow unraveling, a person trapped in a life that wasn't theirs, pretending, watching, waiting. The journal spoke of loneliness, fear, and a desperate hope for escape. I read until my eyes burned. The last entry was different. It was a warning. Don't trust the face. It's not what it seems. That night, I sat by the window, the journal open in my lap, the owls breathing around me. I didn't know if the real sister was out there somewhere or if she'd been swallowed whole by this imposter. But I knew one thing clearly. I wasn't the same. The past had been rewritten. The future was a question mark. And still, the owls whispered its secrets, waiting for me to listen. I closed the journal, the weight of it settling deep in my chest. Whatever had taken her place, whatever had come back wearing her skin, it wasn't just about family or memory anymore. It was about survival. And I wasn't ready to give up. The air grew colder, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I stood, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, and moved toward the window. Outside, the world seemed unchanged, trees swaying gently in the dusk, shadows lengthening, but inside, everything felt fragile, like a glass sculpture on the brink of shattering. I reached into the pocket of my jacket and pulled out a small, worn photograph, her smile frozen in time. How many versions of her were out there now? How many faces worn like masks? The thought twisted my gut, but it also steeled my resolve. I had to find the truth, had to uncover the threads that bound the past to this tangled present. The owls groaned again, a low, mournful sound that echoed through the empty halls. It was as if it were warning me, or maybe pleading. I swallowed my fear and stepped deeper into the shadows, knowing that every secret I uncovered would bring me closer to the answer, or to something far darker than I could imagine. Story 5, Radiant Contagion, the bloom of toxic life. The old facility sat on the edge of town like a secret nobody wanted to admit was there. I was never meant to be involved. Environmental monitoring wasn't exactly thrilling, even when you're tracking trace chemicals in soil samples or testing air quality on a routine basis. My job at the county health department mostly involved paperwork and the occasional survey. But then the calls started, reports of faint glowing near the old site after dark, odd spikes in radiation readings the sensors shouldn't have been picking up. That was last week. I remember the first time I saw it. It was just past dusk, the kind of evening where the sky holds onto the last scraps of light and the air, cold and heavy with silence, tastes like damp earth and dying leaves. The glow was subtle, a ghostly blue that shimmered behind those broken windows like something breathing just beneath the surface. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and tried to tell myself it was just a reflection or a trick of the settling dust. But the Geiger counter in my hand ticked loud enough to drown out the cicadas. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling something had shifted. There was a faint metallic tang in the air, like licking a battery, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up without a breeze. I took a few photos with my phone, though the camera barely caught the light. The facility was supposed to be sealed tight, decommissioned years ago after a containment breach that had been carefully buried in the public record. Or so we thought. The next morning, I sat in my cramped office, surrounded by stacks of reports and half-empty coffee cups, listening to the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. My fingers traced the edges of the photos on my screen, the glow still faintly pulsing in the pixels. I couldn't help but think about Eleanor, my neighbor 2 blocks over. She called me a few days earlier, worried because her garden was wilting despite the rain, and the water tasted strange, like it had a faint metallic bite. I told her to flush her pipes and not to drink from the tap until I could look into it, but the worry had settled into my chest like a stone. I tried to focus on my usual routine, checking lab results, compiling data for the weekly meeting. But the numbers weren't making sense. Radiation levels in town were unpredictable, spiking here and there with no clear pattern. The environmental sensors scattered across the county weren't calibrated for this kind of anomaly, and the state lab was slow returning results. I found myself watching the clock, waiting for calls, for updates, for anything that might explain the creeping unease that had settled over the town. Late one afternoon, I went to the grocery store. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead in a slow, irregular rhythm, casting long shadows between the aisles. I passed Mrs. Callahan, the elderly woman who lived down the street. She greeted me with a weak smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched a loaf of bread. I asked if she was feeling well. She shrugged, said she'd been tired lately, nothing serious. But she looked pale, almost translucent under the harsh lighting. I wanted to ask more, but something stopped me, a quiet hesitation, the way she looked away quickly. I swallowed the lump in my throat and moved on. That night, I couldn't sleep. The window beside my bed was open a crack, letting in the cool smell of wet grass and distant traffic. Somewhere outside, a dog barked twice, then silence. I stared at the ceiling, the faint glow from the facility seeping through the curtains like a slow pulse, a heartbeat I couldn't ignore. I wondered if it was really the old place or something else, something spreading quietly, invisibly, like a shadow sliding over the water. I got up and pulled on my jacket. The air was cooler than usual, and the stars were sharp points in the sky. I walked toward the fence, the rough gravel crunching underfoot. The glow was there again, faint but unmistakable. I held my breath and ran the Geiger counter over the chain links. The clicks came faster, urgent. My hands trembled, and a cold sweat broke out along my spine. I stepped back. The facility wasn't just glowing, it was alive in some way I couldn't understand. I thought about the neighbors, about Eleanor and Mrs. Callahan and the others who might already be caught in whatever was happening. They didn't know it yet, but something invisible was slipping through our water, changing the very air we breathed. I knew I was looking at the first sign of something serious. Something that wasn't going to stay contained behind fences or forgotten in old reports. And I had a sinking feeling that the quiet town I'd always called home was about to become a place I might not recognize. The glow dimmed, then vanished, swallowed by the night. But I couldn't shake the feeling it was only waiting for me, for the rest of us, to see it again. I took a hesitant step forward, heart pounding with a mix of fear and curiosity. Whatever this was, it was alive and watching, weaving itself into the fabric of our world. Tomorrow, I knew, nothing would be the same. The silence that followed felt heavy with unspoken threats. The morning came slow and heavy, as if the night had stretched on forever beneath the surface of my thoughts. I rolled over and checked my phone. Messages from Eleanor and a few others, mostly questions, some worried, others dismissive. Probably just some damn generator, one said. Nothing to worry about. I knew better. I could still taste the metallic tang of something wrong in the air. That faint smell beneath the usual damp, like rust and burnt plastic, haunted me. I dressed quickly, grabbing the Geiger counter from my jacket pocket. The little device had become my talisman, though I wasn't sure if it was more curse than comfort. The clicks were steady, almost soothing at first, until I got closer to the water treatment plant near the old facility. That's when the spikes began, sharp, unpredictable bursts that made my skin crawl, like invisible fingers skittering just beneath the surface. I met with Mark at the plant. He's the town's water supervisor, a quiet man with a permanent crease between his brows, like he's carrying something heavy inside. When I showed him the readings, his face tightened. "Not good," he said, voice low. "Last week, I ran the usual tests. Nothing unusual. No spikes. This is new." He wiped sweat from his forehead, though the air was cool. "If it's in the water, we're looking at contamination that's moving faster than I thought." I nodded, feeling the weight of those words. "We need to trace it back where it's coming from. And fast." Mark glanced toward the facility, its skeletal framework looming through the morning mist. "You think it's still leaking?" "The containment's supposed to be secure. They shut it down years ago." "Supposed to be," I muttered. The phrase echoed in my mind like a hollow promise. We started at the intake valves, testing samples from each point. The Geiger counter's clicks rose and fell erratically. Sometimes it was quiet, almost normal. Other times, the needle jumped like it was trying to escape the dial. I had to lean in close to hear the difference, but the change was unmistakable. "Here," Mark said, holding up a vial of water, the liquid clear but somehow wrong in the fluorescent light. "This one's off the charts." I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. "That's downstream from the facility. If it's this bad here, it's worse closer to the source." We exchanged a glance, the kind that says you're both thinking the same dark thought but don't want to say it aloud. Later, I stopped by Eleanor's house on my way back. She was sitting on her porch, knitting, but her hands trembled as she worked. The porch smelled faintly of antiseptic and old wood. I asked her about the neighbors. "Some are coughing," she said, voice hushed. "Old Mr. Callahan's been in and out of the clinic. They don't know what's wrong. Doctors say it's just a bad cold, but it's not." I watched her eyes, searching. There was fear there, but also something else, an unspoken question about how far this might have spread. I left before the sun fully broke through the clouds, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something chemical I couldn't place. The town felt different already, like it was holding its breath. That night, I couldn't sleep. The memory of the glow from the facility burned behind my eyelids. I kept thinking about the water, about how something unseen was slipping through pipes and taps, turning neighbors into carriers of a poison they couldn't see or smell. The thought made my stomach twist. I tried to shake it off, but the scratches of static from the Geiger counter in my mind wouldn't stop. I thought about calling Mark, but hesitated. What was I even supposed to say? "Hey, I think the whole town's slowly being poisoned, and nobody knows it yet." Not exactly a conversation starter. Instead, I walked the streets, the dark quiet broken by the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I passed by the Callahan house, the windows dark, the porch swing still. I wondered if he was inside, coughing, the invisible poison climbing through his veins. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "They're watching. Don't trust the water." I stared at the screen, numb. Who sent that? Was it a warning or a prank? The line between paranoia and reality was getting thinner by the hour. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and kept walking. The glow returned, faint but unmistakable, pulsing from the facility like a heartbeat beneath the earth. My hands trembled as I raised the Geiger counter again. The clicks were frantic now, too fast, too erratic. The breach wasn't just leaking. It was spreading, and no one seemed prepared for what came next. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste sharper than before. The night was alive with quiet menace, and I knew the storm was gathering, just beyond the horizon. I quickened my pace, the eerie hum growing louder, weaving through the trees like a warning. Shadows shifted unnaturally, and the air thickened, charged with something ancient and unforgiving. Every step felt heavier, as if the ground itself resisted my approach. Somewhere ahead, a low rumble began. Something was awakening, and this time, it wouldn't be contained. Branches snapped underfoot, and I swallowed hard, feeling the pulse of the forest sync with my racing heartbeat. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, a woman draped in tattered linens that fluttered like smoke. Her eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the storm's distant lightning. "You're not supposed to be here," she whispered, voice as brittle as dry leaves. "The forest remembers those who trespass." Before I could respond, another silhouette stepped forward, a tall man clad in weathered armor, his face marked with scars that map a lifetime of battles. He exhaled slowly, a calm amidst the chaos. "Let him pass, Leora," he said, voice firm but not unkind. "The prophecy speaks of his coming." Leora's gaze pierced me, suspicion and something like hope warring in her expression. Behind them, a third figure shifted, smaller, cloaked in dark green, blending seamlessly with the shadows. A faint smile played on her lips as she studied the scene, her fingers tracing the hilt of an item tucked at her waist. The storm broke then, lightning crackling overhead, illuminating the three of them standing like guardians at the edge of whatever ancient secret the forest was about to unleash. Lightning cracked again, sharp enough to make the whole forest flinch. "You don't understand what you're walking into," Leora said, her voice brittle like broken glass. Her eyes caught the flicker of a lightning strike, shining with equal parts warning and something like dread. "This place, this forest, it holds memories. Dangerous ones. You think the facility was the start? No! It's just the latest wound." I swallowed hard. The cold wetness of rain on my skin mixed with the sticky heat of adrenaline. "I'm not here to trespass. I need to know what's happening. The radiation spikes, people are getting sick. It's not just the facility anymore." The scarred man stepped closer, the damp earth muffling his heavy boots. "The contamination isn't just physical. It's in the water, the air, the very ground beneath your feet. But it's spreading differently than your monitors can detect. It's insidious." I glanced at the shadowed woman. She didn't say a word, but the faint curve of her lips, half smile, half smirk, felt like a challenge. Her fingers brushed the item at her waist again. I couldn't see what it was, but the motion was deliberate. Measured. "What do you mean, spreading differently?" My voice cracked. "I've checked the water samples myself. Levels jump, then drop without reason. It's like it's moving inside people," Leora interrupted. "Inside the ones you call neighbors. The ones you think you can trust." That hit me harder than the rain. My mind raced. I thought of Mrs. Calhoun down the street, her hands trembling, eyes hollow when I stopped by yesterday. The Henderson kids coughing non-stop. They weren't just sick. They were terriers. Unwilling, but terriers nonetheless. "You don't know how fast it's moving. Or what it's doing," the scarred man said. "Some of them. I've seen the changes. Not just symptoms, but behavior. Quiet shifts. Things that don't show up on any test. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Are you saying it's contagious? Like a virus?" Leora shook her head, raindrops beating on her dark hair. "Not quite. Radiation itself isn't contagious, but the facility's breach has released a cocktail of chemicals and isotopes into the water supply. They're altering the biology of everyone drinking from it. The poison is silent, invisible, and it's rewriting the rules." The forest seemed to lean in closer, shadows growing deeper, the air thickening. I could taste metallic tang like blood or old pennies on my tongue. My hands trembled as I wiped sweat and rain from my forehead. "Why didn't anyone tell us?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Why keep this quiet?" The scarred man's eyes darkened. "Because panic spreads faster than radiation. Because admitting the breach means admitting the town's fate is sealed. Because some truths are worse than lies. The shadowed woman finally spoke, her voice smooth but cold. You've already passed the point of no return. Going back means walking into a trap you don't understand. Staying means fighting an enemy you can't see. I looked at them all, their faces carved by time and secrets, and realized how alone I was. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a harsh, electronic reminder of the world I'd left behind. I ignored it. I need proof, I said, trying to steady my breath. Something tangible. Something the others can see. Leora's gaze softened for a moment. Come with us. There's a place inside the facility, deep underground, where the contamination started. The readings there, they'll change everything you think you know. I hesitated, rain seeping into my collar, cold biting through my jacket. A voice whispered inside my head, your choice, your crossroad. Turn back now, or step forward into the unknown. The forest seemed to close ranks behind me, the storm's fury masking every sound but my own heartbeat. I nodded. We moved as one, shadows slipping between trees, the faint glow from the facility pulsing like a slow, sick heartbeat in the distance. The air grew heavier with each step, a metallic scent curling in my nostrils. When we reached the edge of the clearing, the glow was brighter, almost unnatural in its steadiness. I squinted, feeling the hairs on my arms rise. The scarred man gestured toward a rusted hatch half buried in mud and debris. That's your proof, he said. Once we go down, there's no turning back. I swallowed again. The hatch creaked open, revealing darkness that smelled of old concrete and something fouler beneath. The faint hum of machinery echoed from below, a reminder that the facility was still alive, still dangerous. The shadowed woman slipped inside first, her footsteps swallowed by the abyss. Leora followed, then the scarred man. I hesitated just long enough to feel the full weight of the moment, the loss of escape, the irreversible step into the heart of the poison. With a deep breath that tasted of wet earth and regret, I climbed down after them, leaving the storm and the world I knew behind. The hatch slammed shut above me. Silence. Complete silence. Then the lights flickered on, revealing narrow walls slick with moss and veins of glowing fungus. The air was thick, heavy with a scent both ancient and unsettling. Ahead, their silhouettes moved deeper into the labyrinth, beckoning me forward. The damp walls closed in tighter as the weak fluorescent tubes flickered overhead, casting jittery shadows that crawled like insects. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste lingering. The silence was not empty. It pressed against my eardrums, broken only by the distant hum of machinery, a low, mechanical groan that seemed to echo inside my skull. Every breath I took felt heavier, as if the air, cold and heavy with silence itself, were denser here, laden with something invisible and wrong. Leora paused, looking back at me, her eyes reflecting a cold light that made my skin crawl. We're close, she whispered. Her voice cracked, barely audible. Closer than I thought possible. Closer. Closer to what? I didn't want to ask. The scarred man, always silent, slid ahead, fingers trailing over the damp walls like a blind man feeling for a way out. The shadowed woman moved with a fluid grace, stepping lightly as if the floor might give way beneath her. They were all calm, too calm, and I hated that it made me feel like the odd one out. We rounded a corner, and suddenly the scent shifted, something sharp, acrid, like burning plastic and rotten eggs. My nostrils flared involuntarily. The fungus dimmed here, replaced by a slick black ooze that bubbled in shallow pools along the floor, reflecting the flickering lights with a sickly sheen. Radiation spike, the scarred man said without looking back. He held up a handheld monitor. The screen blinked erratically, numbers jumping like they were alive. Levels unpredictable. Containment breach spreading faster than expected. I nodded, trying to steady my breathing. The monitor's beeping grew louder, more urgent. I glanced down at my own Geiger counter strapped to my wrist. The needle spun wildly, a frantic dance of warning. How bad? I asked, voice tighter than I wanted. Bad enough that water's no longer safe. The breach isn't just in the facility anymore, it's making its way through the aquifer. His voice was flat, clinical, but I caught the edge of something darker beneath it, fear, maybe, or resignation. The shadowed woman stopped abruptly. We should have sealed it weeks ago, she muttered. But the town's leaders, she cut herself off, eyes narrowing. They didn't want to admit the risk. Leora's jaw clenched. Denial won't stop this. People are already sick. Silent carriers, all of them. That hit me like a fist to the gut. Sick. Silent. Invisible. The neighbors I'd waved to just days ago, now walking around as vectors of poison. The thought made my hands tremble. I shoved them deep into my jacket pockets, trying to will the shaking away. We moved again, deeper into the bowels of the facility. The air grew colder, the walls slicker, the fungus glowing brighter. It lit the narrow corridor with an eerie greenish light, casting our shadows in grotesque, shifting shapes. Then came the sound. A low, guttural moan, barely human, reverberated through the tumult. It wasn't from any of us. My skin prickled. The scarred man stopped, hand twitching toward the wall. They're close, he said. The ones we warned about. Who? I asked, voice hushed. Neighbors. Those already infected. They don't know it yet, but they're changing. His eyes darted nervously. Not physically. Not like a disease you can see or smell. But inside. Inside? I echoed, dread tightening my throat. He shook his head. It's psychological. A breakdown. Paranoia. A desperate need to protect what little they have left. They're isolating themselves, cutting off contact. Some have barricaded their homes. Others roam the streets at night, looking for anyone they think might be a threat. I pictured Mrs. Halvorson down the street, the sweet old lady who always baked cookies for the kids, now a silent terrier, eyes darting suspiciously as she slammed her door. The idea made my stomach churn. The shadowed woman moved forward, voice steady. We can't let them stop us. If the water's compromised, everything else will follow. We need to find the source and shut it down. Her words sounded final, but the tremor in her jaw betrayed her calm. We reached a T-junction. The scarred man gestured left, the others nodded in agreement. I hesitated, feeling like I was about to step into a trap. Then I heard it again, the moan, closer this time, laced with desperation and something else. Rage? Leora's eyes met mine. We don't have a choice. I swallowed, nodding. Let's move. The corridor narrowed further, forcing us into single file. The fungal glow flickered, shadows leaping at the edges of my vision. My breathing came out in shallow bursts, the taste of stale air and dirt filling my mouth. Suddenly, a figure lunged from a side passage, a man, gaunt, eyes wild and darting like a trapped animal. His clothes hung loose, stained and torn. He didn't speak. Didn't scream. Just reached out, trembling, desperate. I froze. Easy, the shadowed woman said softly, stepping forward. We're not here to hurt you. The man's gaze locked on hers, and for a moment, something human flickered in those wild eyes. Then he turned and fled into the darkness, leaving behind a stench of sweat and decay. That was close, I whispered, heart hammering. Leora shook her head. They're losing control. The poison isn't just in their veins, it's eating away at their minds. The scarred man checked his monitor again. Radiation levels are spiking rapidly. The containment is failing. We pressed on, the walls closing in until it felt like the facility itself was swallowing us whole. The hum of machinery grew louder, more mechanical, more desperate. Ahead, an enormous rusted valve blocked the corridor. The scarred man knelt beside it, his hands steady despite the shaking in his legs. "This is where the leak started," he said quietly. "If we can close this valve, we might slow the spread." I crouched beside him, fingers brushing the cold metal. It was rough, scarred by years of neglect, but solid. "Help me," he said. Together we worked, twisting against rust and time. The valve groaned, protested, but slowly it turned. A sudden shudder ran through the facility. The lights flickered violently, plunging us into near darkness. The fungal veins pulsed erratically, casting long, twitching shadows. A distant crash echoed, metal on metal, a sound of collapse. Did I just hear the ceiling fall? I asked, voice tight. "We're running out of time," Leora said sharply. "If the structure goes, everything goes." The scarred man tightened his grip on the valve. Almost there. Then the facility shuddered again, stronger this time, shaking dust and grit from above. I stumbled backward, coughing as a fine powder settled over us, gritty and choking. The morning sun was weak, struggling through the thick gray clouds that had settled over town like a dull bruise. I stood outside the old facility, the place where it all began, the faint hum of distant machinery mixing with the occasional drip of water from the rusted pipes overhead. The air was damp and cool, carrying the sharp metallic scent that had become all too familiar. A scent that no one should ever get used to. I ran a hand over my face, feeling the rough stubble beneath my fingers. My hands trembled slightly, whether from fatigue or something deeper, I wasn't sure. The Geiger counter in my pocket was silent now, but I knew the danger hadn't disappeared. It had just been pushed back, for the moment. 2 weeks ago, I was just another local engineer, trying to keep the town's water system running without too many hiccups. Then the reports started trickling in, neighbors complaining of headaches, nausea, strange rashes that didn't heal. At first, I thought it was a flu or some kind of allergy outbreak. It made sense. We'd just come off the wettest spring in a decade. Waterborne illnesses, contamination, they all seemed reasonable. Until the radiation readings showed up. Then everything changed. I looked down the cracked pavement toward the row of houses lining the street. I'd been to most of them in the last few days, clipboard in hand, trying to piece together a map of exposure, symptoms, and water flow. The water supply was the common thread. Somehow, the breach had spread underground, seeping into the wells and pipes that fed the neighborhood. The containment system had failed, and no one had noticed until it was too late. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw a text from Dr. Ellen Marks. "We've got a new cluster. South end of town. Meet me at the clinic." I hesitated. The last thing I wanted was to face more sick neighbors, more fear in their eyes. But I knew I had to go. I locked the gate behind me and started walking, the gravel crunching under my boots. The sky had started to clear, the clouds breaking apart like old bandages peeling away. Still, the air felt heavy, as if everything was holding its breath. At the clinic, Ellen was waiting beside a row of plastic chairs, her face drawn and pale. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, her dark circles deepened by exhaustion. Her voice was low when she saw me. "More cases," she said. "The water tests came back worse than we thought. The levels are spiking again. We're dealing with something that's moving faster than we predicted." I nodded, swallowing hard. The containment breach, it's not just the facility anymore. It's in the water. In the pipes. It's everywhere. She sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. And the people, they're terriers now, unknowingly spreading the contamination. It's silent and invisible, but deadly. I rubbed my palms against my jeans, feeling the rough fabric. What can we do? Quarantine the water supply? Shut down the entire system? She shook her head. That would take weeks. By then, it'll be too late for half the town. We need to act fast. We have to isolate the contaminated zones and get people to switch to bottled water immediately. But convincing them, that's the hard part. I thought about Mrs. Carter down the street, who had insisted the water was fine even as her skin blistered. About Tommy, the kid who used to play basketball in the park, now coughing so violently his face turned red. Fear had turned into denial, and denial was a poison all its own. Let's start with the neighbors, I said. Go door to door. Warn them before it spreads any further. Alan gave a weary nod. I'll get the medical supplies ready. You handle the outreach. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and something acrid beneath it. The kind of smell that clings to your clothes and lingers in your throat. It was a reminder that the danger was still there, lurking beneath the surface. I spent the afternoon walking through the neighborhoods, clipboard in hand, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained the situation to confused, frightened faces. Some listened. Some didn't. A few refused outright, their eyes hard with stubborn pride or sheer panic. I realized then that the real threat wasn't just the radiation, it was the human instinct to ignore the invisible, to pretend the worst isn't happening. One house stood silent and dark, the curtains drawn tight. I knocked, waited, but no answer came. A dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, then was still. The quiet stretched between the houses like a held breath. By evening, I was back at the facility, standing where the faint, eerie glow had first been noticed. The place looked empty now, cold and abandoned, but the Geiger counter ticked steadily in my hand, a slow, rhythmic warning. I thought about what we'd lost. The childhood memories of summers spent exploring the woods beyond the plant, the laughter of neighbors at block parties, the simple trust we all had in the water that ran from the tap. Now, every glass held a question mark. Every drop could be a carrier of poison. That night, as I sat alone in my small apartment, the city lights flickering through the curtains, I realized something. We had survived this far because we faced the truth. Because we refused to look away. But survival wasn't enough anymore. We had to rebuild trust, rebuild community, and find a way to live with the shadow that lingered beneath us. I poured a glass of bottled water and took a slow, deliberate sip. The taste was flat but clean, a small comfort in the chaos. Outside, somewhere beyond the city limits, the old facility sat silent once more, its secrets locked away beneath layers of concrete and rust. I wasn't sure what the future held. The radiation might be contained, the water purified, but the fear that invisible poison would take longer to cleanse. And maybe that was the real lesson. The night deepened, and I closed my eyes, letting the quiet fill the room. Silence. Complete silence. For now. Story 6, Memory Wiped, Pursued by Forgotten Hunters. I woke up coughing. I sat up slowly, my brain foggy, every movement scraping against the dull ache in my skull. The quiet was heavy, but not peaceful. It had that unsettling quality you get when nothing makes sense but you know something's wrong. I ran my fingers over the sheets, trying to ground myself. There was a faint odor, something metallic, like old pennies buried in dust. My phone was gone. No wallet. No keys. Nothing in the pockets except a small slip of paper folded roughly. I unfolded it, hands trembling. Written in neat, almost clinical handwriting, your memory was wiped. Watch the footage. They'll come back. I swallowed hard. They'll come back. The words echoed inside me, but I had no idea who they were, or what light even meant. I was alone, but the notes suggested otherwise. The door creaked open. I froze. A man stepped inside, tall, thin, and wearing a lab coat that looked cheap, like something from a costume shop. His eyes were sharp, calculating, and he wore a smile that didn't reach them. "Good, you're awake," he said, voice calm but clipped. "I'm Dr. Lorne. You're safe here, for now. But you need to see this." He held out a tablet. I hesitated, then took it, my fingers brushing the cold screen. The video started without warning. It was grainy footage from a security camera. A figure entered a lab, my figure. The timestamp read 6 hours ago. I watched myself walk through sterile corridors, pass motion sensors, and enter a room with blinking machines and blinking lights. Then the screen cut to a close-up of my face, eyes closed, breathing slow and steady. What? What is this place? I asked, voice hoarse. Dr. Lorne's smile faltered. Not a place you want to be, I promise. This lab conducts experiments, illegal ones. They erase people's memories to extract data from their minds. Information they sell to the highest bidder. I swallowed. My hands trembled against the tablet. Why me? He shrugged. You were a target. Someone with knowledge they wanted, data stored too deep for normal extraction. I looked down at my hands. They felt foreign, almost like someone else's. The weight of what I'd lost pressed in 6 hours, wiped clean. No clues. No answers. Outside, a dog barked somewhere distant, sharp and urgent. The fluorescent light flickered again, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. You need to remember, Dr. Lorne said quietly. Before they come back. I nodded, but the room felt smaller, colder. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. And I knew this was only the beginning. Dr. Lorne's voice had softened, but there was an edge beneath the calm, a warning I couldn't ignore. Before they come back. The words echoed, twisted inside me like a knot tightening with every breath. I glanced up, meeting his eyes. They were steady, but I could see the strain behind them, the lines etched deeper than before. Who? I asked, voice hoarse. Who's coming back? He hesitated, jaw twitching, a flicker of something I couldn't quite place. The ones who took your memories. They don't want you to remember. That's why you lost the 6 hours. But if you don't get them back, they'll come for the rest. The room seemed to shrink further. The air thickened, as if it were being squeezed. I swallowed hard. Why me? Why those hours in particular? Dr. Lorne pulled a small recorder from his coat pocket, pressing a button to play a voice recording. A woman's voice filled the room, soft but urgent. If you're hearing this, it means the memories survived. We've been watching, waiting. You're closer than you realize. Static crackled. The message ended abruptly. I stared at the recorder, heart pounding. Who is she? He shook his head. Someone who tried to warn you before. Someone who disappeared. A sudden noise outside the door made us both jump, a faint scratching, like nails dragged across metal. I moved to the door, pressed my ear against it. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, too deliberate to be random. They're here, I whispered. Dr. Lorne's hand shot out, gripping my shoulder. Not yet. You need to focus. We can't let them catch you off guard. I swallowed my fear, nodded. My mind raced, trying to piece together fragments I didn't even know I'd stored away, Faces, places, moments flickering just beyond reach. Tell me everything you remember, he urged. I closed my eyes. A flash, an alleyway, rain-slick pavement, the glint of an item. A shadow, someone whispering my name. Wait, I said, pulling back. You said they took my memories. But why did some survive? He hesitated again, then looked me dead in the eye. Because you're different. Your brain, it fights back. But it's fragile. You need to hold on to what's left, or it'll be gone forever. Outside, the barking returned, louder now, frantic. The fluorescent light flickered violently before going out, plunging us into darkness. A cold wave of panic surged through me. Dr. Lorne lit a small flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom. Time's running out. We have to move. I grabbed my coat, the weight of the unknown settling over me like a second skin. Whatever was coming, whatever I'd lost and would find, this was no longer just about remembering. It was about survival. And the clock was ticking. The flashlight's beam trembled in DR. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and shallow, my chest tight as if someone had wound a metal band around it. The cold settled deeper into my bones. What now? I whispered, not sure if it was to him or myself. Lorne didn't answer right away. Instead, he crouched by a battered laptop on the rickety kitchen table, the screen cracked but still faintly glowing. We need to dig deeper, he said finally, fingers flying over the keys. There's more on that camera footage, hidden layers, encrypted files. I might be able to unlock them. I nodded, swallowing hard. The images of me, disoriented, stepping into that lab like a ghost, wouldn't leave me alone. The lab wasn't just some rundown basement or a sketchy clinic. It was a fortress of secrecy. And what they were doing inside, it was worse than I'd imagined. Do you think they know I'm awake? I asked, my voice barely a breath. Maybe, he said, eyes never leaving the screen. But if they do, they haven't made a move yet. That means either they're confident or they're waiting for something. Or someone. The air smelled stale, like old smoke and forgotten meals. I shifted on the threadbare couch, the fabric rough against my skin. My hands trembled despite the warmth of the coat I pulled around myself. Questions tangled in my mind, sharp and relentless. Who were they? Why erase memories? And what had I done to be marked by this? Lorne's fingers paused. Got it, he said quietly. These files, there's a timestamp, another camera angle, and a name. He pulled the laptop closer. The screen flickered as the file loaded, revealing a grainy black and white video from a hidden camera in a hallway. The date was just a few days ago. And there I was again, but this time, my face was clear, pale, eyes darting nervously. This is the corridor outside the lab, Lorne explained. The place you went in. I leaned closer, the hum of the laptop filling the room. My pulse thumped in my ears. Then, a figure appeared, a man in a crisp white lab coat, clipped and precise. He didn't look like a doctor. More like someone who enjoyed control. He's the one who took you, Lorne said, voice low. Dr. Reinhardt. Runs the whole operation. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Why would a doctor erase memories for money? The question felt ridiculous, but the fear was real. Who pays for something like that? Lorne shook his head. People who want to forget, or people who want to steal what you know without leaving a trace. Black market data. Secrets, identities, maybe even evidence. I closed my eyes. The memory of rain-slick pavement and the shadow whispering my name flickered again. But why me? That's what we're going to find out, Lorne said, shutting the laptop with a snap. First, We need to get you somewhere safe. This place, it's not secure. They could come back. The floorboards creaked underfoot as we moved toward the door. Outside, the city felt eerily quiet. No traffic, no distant voices, just the occasional drip of water from a leaky gutter. The night air was sharp against my skin, carrying the faint scent of gasoline and wet asphalt. We slipped into the street, the shadows folding around us like a cloak. Lauren's voice was low, urgent. We'll head to a friend of mine. Someone who knows how to deal with this kind of thing. But you have to trust me. I wanted to ask more, but my throat was dry, words stuck like stones. Instead, I nodded. Trust felt fragile, yet it was all I had. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on us, unseen watchers lurking just beyond the streetlight's reach. Every crunch of gravel underfoot sounded like a warning. My mind reeled with possibilities, each darker than the last. When we reached the friend's apartment, the door opened before we could knock. A woman stepped back, her eyes sharp but kind. "Lorne, you brought the subject," she said without hesitation. "Yeah," he replied. "We need to move fast." Inside, the place was cramped but orderly, filled with stacks of books and old medical journals. The smell of strong coffee and something herbal hung in the air. I sank into a chair, the fabric worn but comforting. "Name's Mara," the woman said, pulling a steaming cup toward me. "I've dealt with a few cases like this." I took the cup, the warmth seeping into my fingers. The bitter taste was grounding. "What exactly do they do in that lab?" I asked. Mara hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. "They erase memories to sell data. Personal histories, skills, even trauma, they strip it away so buyers can start fresh or cover tracks. It's lucrative and illegal. People just disappear after," Lorne added. "Because once you lose your memories, you're vulnerable. Easy to control or discard." The room seemed to close in around me. I reached for the edge of the table, knuckles whitening as panic pulled tight. So if they took 6 hours from me, what else is missing? How much of me? Mara's eyes held a flicker of something, pity or warning. "More than you think. And they might come back to finish the job." The thought made my skin crawl. I glanced at Lorne, who met my gaze steadily. "We'll figure this out. But you're not alone." I wanted to believe him. I needed to. But as the weight of the night settled, a new fear gnawed at the edges of my mind. Not just about what I'd lost, but what was still out there, waiting. Watching. The clock ticked audibly. Time was no longer a friend. It was a threat. Suddenly, my phone vibrated sharply against the wooden table. I froze, heart hammering. The screen was blank, no caller ID, no message preview. Just a number I didn't recognize. I glanced at Mara. She frowned. "Don't answer." But the buzzing didn't stop. If anything, it grew more insistent, like a persistent heartbeat, echoing the one pounding in my chest. I reached out, thumb hovering over the screen. Hesitated. And then I saw it, an incoming video call. The name was blocked out, replaced by a chilling, anonymous symbol. Something meant to unsettle. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "What do they want now?" I whispered. Lauren's voice was tight. "Only one way to find out." I swallowed, fingers trembling, and tapped the screen. The face that appeared was not a stranger's. It was mine. But not as I remembered. It smiled. The face on the screen smiled. What is this?" My voice came out rough, barely above a whisper. The image didn't answer. Instead, the screen flashed, and suddenly I was watching myself again, but from the outside, like a surveillance feed. I saw the front entrance of that sterile building Mara had mentioned, the one nobody talked about openly. The lab. There I was, or someone who looked just like me, stepping through the doors without hesitation, carrying a small black bag. The timestamp read 6 hours ago. The missing hours. That time gap I couldn't fill. I swallowed hard, eyes starting to Mara. She was pale, biting her lip, the tension in her shoulders raw. "I don't like this," she muttered. "It's a trap." I wanted to agree, but part of me was already sucked into the screen, watching the scene unfold. The footage shifted to a hallway inside the building. The lighting was harsh, sterile white that made the shadows deeper, almost alive. I could hear the faint hum of ventilators and the occasional beep from machines I couldn't identify. The corridor felt endless, claustrophobic. A door opened. My other self stepped inside. The camera angle changed to a room packed with equipment, computers, wires, and what looked like a reclining chair with restraints. Then the face of a man appeared, but I couldn't make out his features clearly. He seemed calm, almost clinical, as if this was routine. The way he moved, the subtle gestures, it all screamed control. The feed cut to black. The phone vibrated again, this time a low, steady pulse. I dropped it on the table. My hands trembled, and a cold sweat broke over my skin. "I don't think they want to talk," Mara said, voice barely steady. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "No. They're showing me how deep this goes, how much I've already lost." The room felt colder, the shadows lengthening with the fading daylight outside. I could hear a dog barking somewhere down the street, the sharp scent of rain on pavement seeping through a cracked window. It was ordinary, but it did nothing to calm the storm inside me. I stood, pacing. The chair creaked beneath me, the rough texture of the fabric scratching my skin through my sleeves. The phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with a new message. I hesitated before opening it. "Remember," it said. Just one word. No signature, no explanation. I felt my stomach twist. Remember what? Or more terrifyingly, what had I forgotten? Mara reached over and switched on the laptop. "I found something," she said quickly, eyes fixed on the screen. Some of the footage we pulled from the street cameras near the lab. "It's bad." She clicked through several files. One showed a group of people entering the building. None of them looked voluntary. Their faces were tight with fear, eyes darting around like trapped animals. I watched a woman clutching a small bag, her knuckles white, then a man whose jaw was set so tight it looked like he was trying to bite through the tension. "You think they're all victims of the memory extraction?" I asked, voice hollow. Mara nodded. "Yeah. And it's not just data they're after. They're stealing your past, your identity. Selling it. Using it." The idea was suffocating. I pressed my palms to my face, the rough stubble scraping my skin. I could taste the faint metallic tang of panic rising in my mouth. There was a knock at the door. Sharp. Insistent. We both froze. The apartment felt suddenly too small, too exposed. Mara motioned for silence. I crept to the peephole. A man stood outside. His face was obscured by shadow, but I recognized the shape of his coat, the way he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Did you know him?" Mara whispered. "No," I said, voice cracked. But something about the way he moved made my skin crawl. He tapped the door once, twice. Then he spoke in a low voice, almost casual, "Open up. We need to talk." The words felt like ice sliding down my spine. I stepped back, pulling Mara with me. "We're not safe here," I said. She nodded. "They're watching. They know everything." The phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with a video call. This time, I didn't want to look. But I did. The image was different, a well-lit room, a desk cluttered with papers and a laptop. A woman sat behind it. She was older, with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the screen. She smiled. No warmth there. Just calculation. "Welcome back," she said. "You're deeper than you realize. There's no turning back now." My heart hammered. I wanted to scream, to run, to erase what I'd just seen. But I couldn't. The screen went dark. Mara looked at me. "You're in this. Whether you like it or not." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The door was still locked, but I knew the walls weren't going to protect me much longer. Outside, the city pulsed with indifferent life. But inside, the clock was a merciless enemy, ticking down to something I wasn't ready to face. I sat back down, the chair creaking under me, and stared at the phone. The point of no return wasn't just a phrase anymore. It was here. It was now. And there was no going back. My fingers hovered over the receiver, trembling as the seconds slipped away, each one heavier than the last. My hands hovered over the phone, fingers twitching like they wanted to dial, but the lump in my throat held me frozen. "Go ahead," Mara said softly, her voice cutting through the tension. "Call whoever you want. Make your move." It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I swallowed hard and lifted the phone, the plastic cold against my clammy palm. The screen glowed faintly, reflecting the flicker of the overhead light. That damned light. It kept blinking, once every few seconds, like it was trying to tell me something or warn me. I stared at the contacts list. Names blurred. None of them meant anything anymore. I wasn't sure who I could trust, or if anyone was even real. My mind felt like a cracked mirror, shards of memory reflecting fragments I couldn't piece together. The past 6 hours were a black hole. The labs. The cameras. Mara's eyes. Her smile. The way she said, "You're deeper than you realize." The phone buzzed in my hand, startled me. I jumped and dropped it on the table. It bounced twice, then stopped. Mara's gaze didn't flicker. "You're not ready," she said. "Not yet." I took a breath, steadying myself. "Then what now?" I asked. The words trembled out before I could stop them. She leaned forward, fingers interlaced, eyes sharp but patient. "You have two choices. 1. Cooperate. 2. Resist. Neither is easy." But resistance, she paused, letting the weight settle, means the memories you want back will be lost forever. I wanted to laugh. Or scream. Instead, my throat tightened. "You're erasing people. For data?" The words tasted bitter, like cold metal scraping my tongue. Mara nodded. "It's not just data. It's identities, secrets, leverage. The kind of information that makes people disappear without a trace. We extract what we need, then wipe the rest clean. No witnesses. No loose ends." I ran a hand through my hair, trying to make sense of it all. Why me? Why erase my memory? She smiled again, but this time it was colder. "Because you stumbled onto something you weren't supposed to see. And because you're valuable." Valuable. The word echoed in my head, like a label stitched into my skin. I wanted to ask what that meant, but the door suddenly clicked. My heart leapt. Mara's eyes flicked to the lock. "Stay," she whispered. "Don't move." The knob turned slowly, and a man stepped inside. Tall, broad-shouldered. His face was shadowed by the dim light, but his presence filled the room like a storm ready to break. He smelled faintly of sweat and something metallic like the inside of a hospital. "Evening," he said, voice low and measured. "You're awake." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" He stepped closer, the floor creaking under his weight. "Name's Ellis. I handle logistics around here." "Logistics?" I echoed, suspicious. Ellis shrugged, but there was a tension in his jaw that told me this wasn't a friendly visit. "You're in deeper than you know. Thought you should hear it from someone who understands." I glanced at Mara. She said nothing, only watched us with those cold eyes. "Why bring me here?" I asked Ellis. "What do you want?" He hesitated, then sighed. "You're a liability, but also an asset. The extraction process isn't perfect. Sometimes people remember things they shouldn't. Or worse, they freak out." I nodded, swallowing the lump again. That sounded like me. Alice crouched down, looking me in the eye. "We can help you. Or, well, the alternative isn't pretty." The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in like a trap. The flickering light overhead cast long shadows that danced across their faces, making Ellis's features look almost sinister in the afterglow. I wanted to back away, to run, but my legs felt glued to the floor. My breath came in shallow bursts, each one colder than the last. Mara spoke up, voice smooth as silk. "You can't run from this. Not anymore." I clenched my fists until my nails dug into my palms. "Then what? What happens if I say no?" Ellis smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We don't ask twice." The threat hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I looked at Mara, then Ellis. Two strangers whose lives were tangled with mine in ways I couldn't understand. I thought about the footage I had seen at the lab, the devices, the erased memories, and what I might lose if I didn't play along. "Okay," I said finally, voice barely above a whisper. "I'll cooperate." Both of them relaxed, almost imperceptibly. Mara nodded once. "Good choice." Alice stood and moved to the door. "I'll be back soon. Get some rest." The door clicked shut behind him, and silence swallowed the room again. The flickering light above me kept blinking, steady now, like a heartbeat. I sank back into the chair, every nerve screaming. My mind raced, trying to map out a plan, to find a way out of this nightmare. But the truth was clear, I was trapped. And whatever came next, I had no idea if I'd come back the same or at all. Outside, the city's pulse kept beating. Inside, the clock ticked down. Time was running out. I closed my eyes for a moment, forcing myself to breathe. The shadows on the walls seemed to stretch and twist, mocking my helplessness. Somewhere deep inside, a flicker of defiance sparked. I wouldn't give in, not yet. The door clicked shut behind Ellis, and I was left with nothing but the low hum of the flickering light and my own ragged breathing. I didn't trust them. Not one bit. But I'd said the word, cooperate. A promise I wasn't sure I meant. I wasn't sure I meant anything anymore. I sank deeper into the chair, the fabric rough against my skin, and let my thoughts tumble over themselves. If I went alone, maybe I'd get answers. Maybe I'd survive. Maybe. But the memory of the footage, the way I'd walked into that place, eyes blank, body obedient, clawed at me. Like I was a puppet with severed strings, and I had no idea who was pulling them. Minutes slipped by. The light blinked steadily. Then a sound, soft, deliberate footsteps in the hallway. I snapped upright, heart thudding. The door cracked open, and Mara stepped in, carrying a small plastic tray with a paper cup and something wrapped in foil. She didn't smile, but there was a strange softness in her eyes that hadn't been there before. "Eat," she said simply, setting the tray on the table. I stared at the food. It looked like some kind of sandwich, dry and unappealing. I hesitated, then took it. My hands trembled, fingers fumbling with the foil. I took a bite, the bread stale but grounding. The taste was bland, but it was something real. Mara watched me quietly, then said, "You'll need your strength. The procedure is tomorrow." I swallowed hard. Procedure. The word felt like ice water down my spine. What happens after? I asked, voice barely steady. She shrugged, almost casually. "You forget. Then, you're safe." Her eyes flicked away. "We don't want anyone remembering what we do here. It's better for everyone." "Safe?" I echoed, bitter. "Safe how? For you? For me? For who?" "No one gets hurt," she said, but there was no conviction in her voice. "Not physically. We erase the memories. Extract the data. Then the client gets what they pay for. You walk away clean." I wanted to scream. To tell her it wasn't clean. That erasing someone's mind wasn't mercy, it was theft. A violation. But my throat closed tight. Mara turned and left, the door clicking shut behind her. Alone again. I sat there, the stale taste of the sandwich lingering, the weight of what I'd agreed to settling over me like a stone. My mind raced through fragments of the past hours, trying to piece together what was real and what had been stolen. The lab, the cameras, the cold faces, it all felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake from. But somewhere beneath the fear, a flicker of resolve sparked. If I was going to be a ghost in my own life, if they were going to steal my memories, then I needed to fight back. I didn't know how yet, but I had to. The night dragged on, thick and suffocating. I listened to the distant city sounds, sirens, cars, the murmur of voices, and wondered if anyone out there knew what was happening inside this building. If anyone cared. Morning came slow, gray light filtering through the narrow window. I woke to the dull ache of exhaustion and a mind still tangled in confusion. Alice was waiting for me outside my room, his expression unreadable. "We start soon," he said, voice flat. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "One last thing," I said, surprising myself. "Why me? Why erase my memories?" He hesitated, then said quietly, "Because you saw too much. You weren't supposed to." That hit harder than I expected. The memory of walking into the lab, the cameras, the erased hours, it was an accident. Someone wanted me blank, empty, compliant. I realized then the fight wasn't just to save myself. It was to reclaim whatever they'd taken, to stop this from happening to anyone else. The procedure room was colder than I imagined, sterile and silent except for the soft hum of machines. I lay back on the table, the straps cold against my wrists and ankles. The technician's voice was calm, clinical, reading instructions I barely registered. As the lights dimmed and the machine whirred to life, I closed my eyes. But I wasn't going to let go. Not this time. I reached deep inside, clinging to fragments of identity, to the anger, the fear, the defiance. They could try to erase my memories, but they wouldn't erase me. When I woke, hours later, the world felt hazy, edges blurred like a half-remembered dream. But the fire inside hadn't gone out. I could still feel it, faint but alive. Back in the apartment, Mara was waiting, no expression. "How do you feel?" I swallowed hard, trying to make sense of the fog. "Lost," I admitted. She nodded. "That's normal." But I wasn't normal anymore. I was different. I was fractured, but not broken. I spent the following days piecing myself back together, like a puzzle with missing pieces. The memories weren't coming back, not fully. But I remembered enough. Enough to know I had to get out. To warn others. I started small, checking phone records, watching the news, listening for anything that could lead me to who was behind this. The city around me was indifferent, a sprawling machine grinding forward, unaware of the silent crimes in its shadows. One evening, I sat by the window, the cold glass fogged from my breath. A dog barked distantly, a train rumbled far off, and the sky was bruised purple with the dying light. I touched the scar where I remembered the procedure had been, a dull ache beneath my skin. I wasn't the same person who had walked into that lab. I couldn't be. But I was still here. Still fighting. The threat hadn't disappeared. It lingered like a shadow at the edge of vision, always watching, always waiting. But so was I. I didn't know what the future held. Maybe the memories would never fully return. Maybe I'd live with this fracture forever. But I would be ready. Because now, I understood what they were really erasing, not just memories, but pieces of ourselves we needed to survive. And I wasn't going to let them take that from me. The city breathed around me, indifferent and vast. But inside, something new was growing, a quiet, stubborn hope. A promise that I wouldn't be erased. Not completely. Not ever.